been 3 hours since I was last here. So, I'm now exhausted. More than I was before. I may not be able to make a full 3 hour straight episode because it's not live, so I guess technically it's not straight. Ow! I think I may have moved around too much, and now my lungs are going to be an issue as well, it looks like. Not nice. Jacksepticeye had COVID-19 he was talking about the other day. All the symptoms he's had since, how bad it was when he had it, and then how worse it's been over the months later. And everything he is describing is everything that I have been having trouble with for the last several months. The thing is, my doctor's like, you couldn't have had COVID-19. Why couldn't I have had COVID-19? Also, my doctor died. I have to find a new doctor. I can. But this thing that I got that hasn't gone away yet, I got it June 26, 2019. And they didn't discover COVID-19, and I got it in May. They didn't discover COVID-19 until October 2019. So 6 months later, June, July, August, September, October, that's 4 months later. 4 months later. I got it 4 months before it was discovered. And it was discovered in China, and I got it in May. As the doctors have been. You couldn't have had it, but you got all the symptoms. One of the questions came up. Have you been in contact with anybody from China? Yeah. June 26, 2019. The day I got sick. I was in contact with about 4,000 or 5,000 people from China. I was at a convention. As I said, I had all the symptoms of COVID-19. I have all the after effects of COVID-19. It looks like I have had COVID-19. Half of my relatives, after they've had contact with me, have died from COVID-19. Several of my neighbors, after having contact with me, have died from COVID-19. People who trespassed on my land in September, they're now dead from COVID-19. It appears I'm highly contagious because everybody that gets near me dies from COVID-19 within a few weeks. And yet, I got sick a half a year before COVID-19 showed up. So my doctors are, no, we don't know what's wrong with you. You have this symptom from COVID-19, you have that symptom from COVID-19, you have that symptom from COVID-19, you have that symptom from COVID-19, but this showed up here, and COVID-19 was discovered here, so that can't be what you have, so we don't know what you have. Whatever. Something 18 months ago ripped my lungs into nightmarish hell. I had a fever of 114. You get hospitalized with a fever like that. What do they do? Oh, well, you had the flu. Have just bed rest for a few days. Take Tylenol. Hey, guess what? I'm allergic to Tylenol, so tell me to take a Tylenol. Not a good thing. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're allergic to Tylenol. You're my doctor. You're supposed to know that. They found more than 3,000 people now in Maine, just Maine, who have the symptoms of having had COVID-19. They've got the long-term after symptoms. Every one of them got sick between June and September 2019. And they've got a team of COVID-19 scientists, not doctors, scientists who are studying. They've set up a thing in Scarborough, right off, if you live nearby, if you're not local, you have no clue. If you live nearby, though, it's right where the Scarborough Drive-In used to be. Where the Scarborough Drive-In used to be, there's now a fire department and a police department all in one thing. Next to that, there's like a car wash, and there's a hot dog stand that is right now closed. And then there's like this big medical building thing, kind of looks like a factory. It looks like a mill type building, but it's a medical thing. A pharmaceutical scientist team from who knows what the hell company. I don't know. It begins with an A. They said the name of it. I don't know what it is. They're set up in Scarborough right now. They're studying the people in Maine who had what looks like COVID-19 a year before the rest of the world had it. There's another one in Massachusetts, where there's another group of multiple thousands of people. Massachusetts borders Maine. There's another group of many thousands of people who were sick a year ago, and they think they had COVID-19. And there were some in Pennsylvania. There's another station set up in Pennsylvania. Those 3 states have one of these research stations set up. They're not talking about it on the news. I don't know why. It hasn't been on the news. I think they don't want to cause panic, but anybody whose medical records indicate they had COVID-19 in 2018 and 2019 before October 2019, doctors are sending them in to go, we need to look at these people. They think it's been around longer and it just wasn't massively contagious. That's what the theory those scientists are going on. Whether or not they're right, I don't know. That's what they're trying to determine. They're trying to determine these people, me being one of them, that have what appears to be COVID-19 after symptoms, after having something that was definitely not the flu, but doctors said, yeah, it's the flu. We're not going to do anything. It's the flu. Go home. If you watched my VODs from June 2019 into December 2019, you saw how incredibly sick I was and how horrible a time I was having trying to do streams. I reordered the yellow tree mod as I found out it was down on the bottom, so let's see if the game loads. Also, the game crashed. It's right, you can stop the game, it crashed. I am having a weird, I don't know, when I started coughing back there, right, like however long ago it was when I first started, first few minutes, I don't know, like when you sneeze, and it feels like your brain shook against your skull and now you got a headache. You have a really, not a normal sneeze, but when you have one of those really hard sneezes, that's what it feels like just happened when I was coughing. And now I've got this horrible headache that I didn't have when I started a few minutes ago. It just showed up when I started coughing back there. I don't get headaches. I'm somebody who never gets headaches. At the past, what, 6-7 months, I've had headaches every couple of weeks. My whole life, I've never had headaches. had one once. I fell and hit my head. Fell on the ice and hit my head. I had a headache then. They said I had a concussion. Checkpoint? Alright, let's not checkpoint. I've had concussion, I think, 4 times in my life. Fallen and hitting my head. Those are the only times I've ever had a headache. I'm not... some people get headaches all the time and they're just constant. I never get headaches. So, it's noticeable when I get one because it happens so rarely. It started about May this year. May 2020. Well, last year's 2021 now. Keep forgetting the year changed. What's today? Is it January 5th? I don't know what today's date is. Can I see today's date? Today's date is January 6th. How are you standing there like that? Back up. What is your horse doing? Alright, let's put your head back on it. First order of business. Okay. What is your horse doing? Alright. Ladder bug is a thing in all Hearts of Stone quest, and this is a Heart of Stone quest. Sometimes can be overridden by jumping in. Can he jump into that one? I don't know how deep that is, but they're going over it. Can you walk over it? No, you're gonna fall. Okay. What is there water underground? Is that water? Yeah, okay, it's water. Alright, save again. Okay. We were about to be attacked. That was what was getting ready to happen when the game crashed. We was about to be attacked by fistic dealers. Makes cave nice and blue. Okay. We may not do this quest. What? It's the Ophir armor diagram that this quest is gonna give us, right? We don't need that. I'm pretty sure that's what this quest gives us. I can't remember. I think we can upgrade everything we need to upgrade without doing this quest. Yes, I'm pretty sure. So, we'll try it again. And if it crashes again, we'll just skip it. Because it's not something we need to do. It's just something that we're here. It's like, let's do it while we're here. So, we don't have to do it. Because we're not playing this save file to the end anyway. So, I don't think we may end up doing that for no reason. You know how I am. I change my mind so often when I'm playing this game. So, yeah. Who knows? Try to load this save file again. Okay, it's not even gonna load that save file. Tried to load the save file before it did. What was I saying? Before this interrupted me. I don't remember. Before my cough interrupted me, because I was what was I talking about before that? I was talking about something else, and then I started coughing, and that inspired me to start talking about COVID-19. 4.9? Really? I guess I'm glad I didn't update it. I just saw the reshade update announcement, but this went by so fast I barely saw it. Let's load the one before that. Okay. I'm thinking we're not going to be able to do this quest. There was a way, there was a workaround for it. I remember somebody posted on the CD Projekt Red forum about it. The ladder bug is one of the most annoying bugs in the game. It only occurs in the GOTY edition of the game. Obviously, this is the GOTY edition. The GOG GOTY. Doesn't affect the Steam edition. And the game developers... Well, this save file did load a minute ago. The one I just clicked there. It's not loading now. The game developers said because it only affects one edition of the game, they weren't going to bother to make a bug fix. That's the official announcement on the CD Projekt Red forum about this bug. It's a game-breaking bug because if you have it, you can't complete the Heart of Stone DLC. Load the checkpoint again. Okay. So we have to go back before that checkpoint. That checkpoint loaded though. It just loaded. Whatever. YUSI. What's that mean? I don't remember seeing that on one of these cans before. Must be on all of them. Where's the can I just put in here? You have that same thing again? You did, so on this one. Huh. Weird. There's a little... Can I get it so you can see it? Where's... right there. Look, it's not... It's trying to focus on my face. Well... Camera's still trying to focus. There it is. YUSY. Is that what I said? So? Yeah, YUSY. I don't know what it stands for. Yeah. That's one of those things I'm going to want to look up online and find out. What does that stand for? Does anybody know? For no reason other than my brain gets hung up on these things when I find something. I'm like, what's that mean? And I have to know the answer. What does it mean? It's always for strange little details like that. Let's go back to this autosave. Just keep going back one file at a time until 1 month. This one appears to be loaded. Also, is it? I can barely hear the audio on that.
Avallac'h, this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped Ciri flee the hunt and hidden her away on the island.
I'm watching the audio chart graph over there on OBS. I can see that my vocal, me talking, is going up a lot higher than the game. The game audio is a lot higher now than it was in that cutscene. Still. We did turn it down the other day, didn't we? Now, let's turn it up a little. We may end up turning it too much. Didn't I originally have everything on 43 and that worked? Isn't that how we had it? It was like that, right? And we kept changing it for different various reasons. I don't remember why. But I thought I had the master volume on 50 and everything else on 43. And then we get the voice on 48 because the voice often gets drowned out by the music. Alright, let's go with that. We'll see if that works. Avallac'h's probably getting now ahead. Yeah, you need to get off your horse and put your head back on you.
With pleasure, Count.
Your head vanished
With
again.
pleasure.
It's one of those bugs that it's funny enough that, and easy enough to fix, both, that you don't bother fixing it. It's easy to fix it till it out, you know. I know what's causing it. So, yeah, I'll get around to fixing it someday. I just have to push one button to get it back working in the game. Things like, see, Quen is fixed again. See how Quen is nice and blue, glowy, sparkly things around him? And, there's Quen. Yeah, see, Quen is blue again, instead of that orange fiery color like it is in the game for Geralt.
I've hidden nothing that could be useful in
I did that. I did that because in the novels there is 2 different scenes where we see Avallac'h casting a protection barrier spell, and Ciri describes it. He does it with Geralt as well. Geralt also describes it. They both, one scene has Geralt and one scene has Ciri, and it's described by both of them as having blue sparks around him when he did it. So when he it was a Quen-like thing, but it wasn't Quen. It was close enough to being like Quen that Quen in the game will work as a substitute for it. But it was blue. It was described as having blue sparks around the edge of it. You could see the edge of it had blue. So that's why Quen is blue in the game. So. My arm is
Through many worlds, many times.
still.
I came very close to catching the once. It was then that Avallac'h.
What are you replying to?
No.
You are replying to something that I sent. When did I send it? It doesn't have a timestamp on it? Why doesn't it have a timestamp on it? Yesterday at 10 p.m.? Was it that far back? No, here's the timestamp. Why did the timestamp not show up? Yesterday at 4 a.m. Okay. Can you see that? Not sure if that's gonna show. Not gonna show. That's Raphael. You can see the scars on the back up above his head and his fin from back when he was injured. No, I sent a picture.
If they do, I'll fight back.
Yeah. And he was replying to it. But I said it yesterday. He just replied to it now, so I didn't know what he was replying to. I was trying to go, where were we? What were we doing? We're on our way to Brentwood. And that quest popped up, and I was like, let's do that quest while we're here. And then it's crashing, so now we're not doing it. think it's the diagram for the Ophir robes. Maybe the gauntlets, but I think it's the robes. I can't remember. It's one of them. It's not something that Avallac'h can wear, so.
Now for a spot where I can build a fire. With you around the case.
There's no reason to actually get it. Can you get? No. Wait, climb. Can you climb? Yep. Okay. Yeah, the Eternal Fire, if you listen to the stuff they actually teach, the stuff they teach is okay. It's the crazy fanatics that take it to extremes. The actual teachings, which they don't have in this game much, do they? They're in Witcher 1. In Witcher 1, there's a lot about it. So you hear the stuff the things they actually believe in, or what they're supposedly believing in. You know, when you just have your axe on your back and you don't have any type of a holster holding it there, it looks a little ridiculous. Oh, there's one of those. I like those. These little carvings, these little face carvings. Those little face carvings. I like those. But yeah, it talks a lot about the Eternal Fire stuff, and it kind of sounds a lot like the Boy Scouts, where they're talking about helping others and, you know, doing a good deed every day and stuff. And the stuff they actually teach, it's fine. But then you have all the Eternal Fire priests and the Eternal Fire knights and stuff, and they're all fanatics. And they all take it to extreme, and they all translate it to, well, this means I must, you know, these people are sinners, so let's go kill them all. And it's like, how do you take these things that it teaches and translate it into, let's kill everybody over here?
What's going on there?
But I guess that's the way real religion is.
City.
Why? No,
City.
not Syria.
Can you hear me?
Where are my clothes?
Well, most religions are peaceful. There's a few that are radical
Calm.
in their teachings,
Just
but
stand there.
most
I want a
actually
hug.
are peaceful and teach, you know, the same. Most every religion. You know, Christian ones, Jewish ones, Muslim ones, pagan ones,
Come, we must go.
All right.
whatever the
Let's
others
hope that's
are. I know there's more. I don't know them all. They all have the same basic help everybody around you be a good person. At its core, every religion, pretty much, that's what they're promoting. But then you have all these people who end up becoming terrorists and fanatics, bigots, racists, and hating everybody, and because they take one part of their religion and translate it to mean, oh, well, this gives me an excuse because I hate that person over there, and my religion says this, so I can translate this to mean that, so I can hate that person and get away with it because my religion says so. That's where religion gets nuts, and it's never the religion at fault. It's always the nuts that translate their religion into, let's look at my religion and see how can I use it to hurt somebody. And it's the same thing with the Eternal Fire. When you see the stuff that the Eternal Fire actually teaches, it's all about helping everybody. But then you see the Eternal Fire priests and the witch hunters and the temple guards. And they just run around killing everybody because why not? And it's like, how do you take the peaceful things your religion teaches and translate it into so much carnage and violence? But, like I said, real religions do the same thing, and so I guess it's not that unexpected. I like this house design. I say this every time we go in a house. It has this design, which there's several houses. I like this house design. This wouldn't fit on my land. This is a real big house. Yeah, this house wouldn't fit on my land. It's too wide.
I've hidden nothing that could be useful in our struggle against Eridan.
I saw somebody, one of you guys, I don't know which one of you it was, over here waving your axe around like there was something over here to fight. And I got sidetracked by going into the house and looking for loot and looking at the house. Oh, this is that place. There's something near here. What's near here? Yes. I remember this place. We took a bunch of screenshots here. There was something near here. That was why we were here. And I was testing out mods while we were here, so we took a whole bunch of screenshots at this location. I don't know why we were here now. I completely don't remember. It was at nighttime, so we didn't have all these lumbermen wandering around. We're right under Vic Watchtower. It would have been a long time ago that we were at Vic Watchtower. Last time. I never did it. We've been, what, almost 2 weeks now? And haven't yet gotten back to Cameroon?
It lies where the White Fleet landed centuries ago.
I knew it would take a while. That's what I said. When we left Cameroon, I was like, you know what? I know what I'm like. We're going to get sidetracked. It's going to take us forever to get back to Cameroon. It did. I like the exploring aspect of the game, so even when I'm like, you know what? Let's go to this location and explore stuff. We explore our way all the way there. So it can take us a while to get to where we're actually going. Which is fine. I don't like rushing anything. Obviously you can tell how slow it takes me to do everything and how much I just take my time to do everything. I'm never in a hurry with anything I do. And I get so annoyed by people who are in a constant rush and a hurry. I don't know. I think it's a cultural thing. Because I have noticed nobody in gypsy culture hurries for anything, ever. There's never a rush. And the same thing with French culture. French culture is very laid back. But then American culture, Scottish culture is also laid back.
But I won't allow it.
But then you see American culture is very, like, high-strung and uppity and knickers? No. Did you kill it? Oh, it went up there. Okay. I could see it was far enough out of range I couldn't reach it, but... That's probably what the guy with the axe was running. He was waving his axe like he was shaking his axe at a monster, obviously, but I didn't see any monsters nearby. I don't remember ever walking up this little thing we're walking up before.
It won't hurt any of you to know
We're gonna
this.
walk
On
up.
the day the White Fleet was to set sail, Gilban gave Dillian a gift.
This looks so much
Something.
like Maine. That's why I changed the world to look like this, because Maine looks like this. where you have forest, but massive sand dunes like a desert. Maine's just like this. This desert sand is not vanilla to the game. This is something I did to the game. The game doesn't normally look like this. This should have big grass fields here and stuff, doesn't it? Yeah. This is, it's part, it's not the full mod, it's part of KNG's Deserts of Novigrad. There you are. I see at least two of you. We can have Necros' travel companions too. We frequently do. Yeah, I don't see you. I see that one up there. We can't reach out. But I can hear one closer and I don't see it. I see two up there. I think I have an issue with the ARD range. I've extended the ARD range. And it looks like something's overriding it. So it looks like it's not reaching as far as it usually does. It reaches a lot further than it does in vanilla. But vanilla ARD, you have to get really close to something before you hit it. You gotta be right on top of it. And that was not how Avallac'h's fighting style was in the novels. He's one of the few mages that you actually see in a fight scene. Most of the Witcher mages, they kind of were a bunch of pampered prisses who sat on their ass and didn't do a damn thing. Avallac'h was that way as well, to most mages, but he would fight if you backed him into a corner. And we see scenes where he does. But his tendency was to get quite a distance away before he attacked. He had a long range. He could attack from a very far distance. That's why I increased the range. Because he would take Ciri back away from what was attacking them. Get quite far away from it before he would attack himself. His preference was to turn and run. He didn't like fighting. There was a thing about that. I haven't heard it for a while. That's something I never banned either. If you look at the people that get banned, it's the ones that get really mean. Start posting death threats and rape threats and stuff. They're the ones that get banned.
I do it.
Because there's been quite a few
For
people
only I know how
who
to activate the sunset.
they'll post stuff in my chat and then other people go like, why didn't you ban them? It's just not bothering me what they're doing. This group was one of them. The KNG fanboys. That was that same group. They used to show up in my channel frequently. I know when I do reruns and stuff, if I look in the viewers list, they still watch. They're regulars viewers. So they know who they are. But they would come in. It was a common thing for a while. They did it for like 2 months. They'd show up every day. And they weren't like they were talking to me. It was like they were talking to each other. And they were just using my chat to talk to each other. So the conversations were very much, pointed at each other and not directly at me. Other people in my chat used to complain about it because, I don't know, it was like, they're being disrespectful. And well, they're asking questions. I don't mind questions asked. It's toxicity and hate I don't like. You ask questions. I'm fine with you asking questions. I used to answer the questions in the stream. If you go back to my older streams, you see where I was constantly asking questions, and it would constantly just derail everything that I was talking about in game, because I'd be like, oh yeah, I'll answer that question. And since I had to turn chat off, I still answer questions. People still send me questions. I still answer questions. I just never write down the answers and put them in my profile. So, still answer your questions. You can still ask questions. I'm fine with questions. And
Started on doing one share button.
these particular, it was 4 guys. And they were people who knew this other streamer. And whenever he wasn't online, he was also he also used his channel. He deleted his channel. He's not on Twitch anymore, unfortunately. He used to do heavily modded runs of Witcher 3 as well. And he was using Ghost Mod, which I've used Ghost Mod before. That's not easy. That's like taking Witcher 3 Deathmatch New Game Plus, which is already as difficult as Dark Souls, and putting Dark Souls difficulty on top of it, and then taking away everything that's going to help you survive. And you want to torture yourself in this game? Use Ghost Mod. It is very difficult to use. But that's what he did. He I don't know how many times he played the game. He had played the game many times, and he's somebody that's on Nexus. He made mods. And he used a lot of mods, including Ghost Mod. And when the Henry Cavill mods came out, the last stream I saw him do before he deleted his channel, he did a run using the Henry Cavill mods. And it was while he was streaming with the Henry Cavill mods. He didn't finish that run. While he was streaming with the Henry Cavill mods, his channel got attacked. Psycho crazy Witcher toxicity fans hit his channel hard, and he's like, I don't want to deal with this. He just deleted his channel. His channel wasn't very big. That's the thing. And he only had like 40 or 50 followers. He didn't have any mods. He wasn't an affiliate, so he really had no way to get rid of the craziness when it hit his channel. Which is unfortunate, because he had one of the better Witcher channels. We used to host him all the time. I liked his channel quite a lot. But these 4 guys were people who knew him offline. They were frequently in his voice chat and stuff. Is this that cliff we were looking for the other day? No, it says Big Watchtower. Wait. Where is this on the map? Where are we? Yeah, we're near. Wow, we're a long place away from our horse. We walked a long distance. I knew we were getting far away. I want to climb up this and see what it looks like. I don't remember it. Anyways, these 4 guys would show up in my channel whenever he wasn't online. They'd just show up here. And they were like, not mad, but like irked, irritated by the fact that I had made these mods to make Avallac'h insanely overpowered in fighting. And their question, if you go scroll far enough down my profile on Twitch, it's a ways down because it's when I first started posting answers to questions, so it's one of the old ones. It's been there a few years. They started asking why, and they had this whole conversation going in their chat, in my chat, with each other. One of them was saying, well, Avallac'h isn't even in the novels. The other one was saying, no, he is in the novels. He's the one. All he ever did was put Ciri in bed with the king. That's true. That's exactly what he did. But the conversation between them was, the whole point was, they were upset that I had made Avallac'h capable of doing stuff like that, because they were like, Witcher mages don't fight. Witcher mages aren't battle mages. Witcher mages don't have huge amounts of power. Witcher mage magic isn't that much. That's true. For most mages. They were saying, well, Avallac'h's never in a battle. But none of the mages are ever in a fight. That's not true.
Very fun.
Avallac'h is in a battle scene. There is a battle scene with Avallac'h. Right in the front lines of a battle with an oncoming army coming right at him. And he single-handedly kills 5,000 soldiers in a matter of seconds. He almost kills himself doing it as well. It's the unicorn attack. And in the Witcher novels also, when you hear me say unicorns, usually you think, unicorn.
I beg to differ.
Unicorn.
Emir is a pragmatist, Ciri an idealist.
Usually you think unicorns. Where is my unicorn? My little brown fuzzy stuffed animal unicorn. Oh, he's over there, isn't he? Here he's in the rocking chair. I got a pile of stuffed animals in the rocking chair. He's over there in that pile. You see him in a lot of my VODs. I used to always have him sitting on the back of the chair. One of my fans made him for me. One of you guys made him for me. Gave him to me at a convention. Where are we now?
It's an old love letter. Ancient.
Oh, we're almost back to our horse. There's our horse. I see our horse. Okay. Anyways. Unicorns. In the Witcher novels, unicorns are not what you... Most people think of a unicorn, they think horse, horn on head. That's not what a unicorn is in the Witcher novels. I can't remember his name. I can find out his name. Who is he?
Ever. And I don't set my name to any orders just yet.
Oh, I forgot I changed this. I got a mod that changes the pictures. I completely forgot. I had a mod that changes the pictures on the cards. I was like, what are these pictures? Oh yeah, those pictures. I put things on my game. I forget I put them there to, like, what did I do to the game now? Anyways, he is Northern Realms? Is he in Northern Realms? I know he's in the game. He's in the Gwent cards. Can I remember his name? There's Deathmold. He's the one that was with Deathmold. Is it this guy? What? That's not the button I want to push. Wait a minute. Did it delete him from this deck? I didn't want to delete him from the deck. I was trying to open the card up to look at him. Wait a minute. It did. Yeah, delete him from the deck. Okay. How do I put you back in? Boy, it's been a while since we've played Gwent. We need to get back into playing Gwent. Where'd you go? I was trying to look at you. I can't remember. I think it's him. I completely cannot remember his name. Oh, but I'm pretty sure it's this guy. He's a unicorn. It might not be this guy. It may be a different guy. I am totally blanking out on his name. He's in Witcher 2. He's in the game Witcher 2. He wears on his shoulder, he's got like a little pin in the shape of a unicorn. And he's the one that Sabrina... How do I... He's the one that Sabrina, this girl, took orders from. That's how... Ah, found it. Okay. Boy, it's been a long time since we've done Gwent, because I can't remember it. It's not Prince Stannis. It wasn't him. There's, Siegfried. What's your name? I forget your name. Siegfried. How am I forgetting Siegfried's name? But there's Deathmold. I like Deathmold. I would probably cosplay Deathmold at some point. He is one of my favorite characters. Everybody hates him. Why do everybody hates the characters I like? Doesn't matter which character it is. Everybody hates Deathmold. I like Deathmold. Deathmold worked for him also. Philippa worked for him. Sheila worked for him. There's Sheila. I like Sheila too. I think she's my favorite sorceress, and then Philippa. Sabrina worked for him. I'm pretty sure it's this guy. We haven't done the Gramps quest on this save file. We should do that. I know we haven't done it yet. I saw that was one of the quests that we're supposed to do. Came up with a question today. I think landlord's here. I think that's what I heard. I don't know. Sounded like him. Anyways, this guy. Unicorns are people who can sometimes, once in a while, take the shape of a horse. If they need to. There it is. Right there. They all wore those. A yellow badge with a unicorn on it. Anyone in the game and in the novels who wears that badge, they're a unicorn. That's how you can tell the unicorns. They always wear that. The same way all the Witchers wear their school, you know, like Geralt wears the wolf head. Unicorns all wear a badge that has a unicorn on it. That's how you can identify that they're unicorns. They're people who are shapeshifters who can take the form of a unicorn. Or rather, I think they're horses who can take the shape of a human, and they tend to live in human form. The same way in the novels, Avallac'h is a serpent, gigantic serpent, the size of the Statue of Liberty. Gigantic serpent. who takes the form of an elf to blend in. Unicorns are the same way. Shapeshifters. Alright. Boy, do we need to play Gwen again. We used to play Gwen so much. Constantly. Major addiction to Gwen. And we haven't played Gwen at all in the second Avallac'h playthrough, so it's been a while since we played Gwen. Anyways. You have got an axe on your back and an axe in your hand. Okay. We were on our way to Heddle and Brunwick, and we wanted to go to that question mark first, but I think Heddle's next on our list of places to go, right? There's a question mark there. Could go there. I don't mind going there. Oh, Heddle. No, wrong one. Heddle's all the way down here, right? Heddle's down here. Heddle is still an abandoned site? Okay. I think this is the place that I was thinking of that has a lesson, but it had a swamp area, and I didn't see a swamp, unless that is the swamp area right there. Let's just go straight ahead on the road we're on, though, because that's going to take us somewhere. We can do that on our way. Anyways, there's a scene where the unicorns... Everybody's of the assumption that Avallac'h is keeping Ciri prisoner, and Avallac'h is like, she's not my prisoner, but nobody's listening to him. And so the unicorns gather up an army to go rescue Ciri from Avallac'h, and so they attack Avallac'h. Thousands of them. This massive horde unicorn army shows up and attacks. And within seconds, he's killed 5,000 of them without doing hardly a thing. Which Ciri marvels at, because she's never seen anything like this before. And when people say that Ciri has magic powers, Ciri's like, I have magic powers, look, I can do stuff. And Avallac'h just laughs at it and says, you don't have magic powers. You have 1/1000th of Laura Darren's powers, and she only had 1/1000th of my powers. And Ciri doesn't, or the humans have no magic ability at all. And so anything that Ciri does, which is almost nothing, is seen as, oh, spooky booga booga, she's so superpowered and stuff. When she's actually not. Erde is where we were going, so we just... This was the next marker that I said we were... Question mark that I said we were on our way to. I know the letter bug exists here, the game may crash here. Save game. When we left Cairmorn, while we were still in Cairmorn, like 2 weeks ago, we were in a house, and I said, this looks like Gramps' house. You know what? Gramps is in Witcher 3. Let's go visit Gramps. We just finally arrived at Gramps' house. This is where we are. Anyways, the unicorns are trying to rescue Ciri. And Ciri supposedly got these magic powers, and everybody is scared of her because, you know, magic powers.
How many times must
All
I
Ciri's
try?
magic powers do, she has nightmares. And it runs around and tells her, I had a dream! And everybody's like, oh, a dream! Oh, dreams! Nobody dreams! Dreams are scary! Just like they did in the Bible. You know how, look, Joseph had a dream. Oh, throw him in a well! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Rip up his coat of many colors! He had a dream! Okay. A dream's really that rare? But that was Ciri's magic power in the novels. She had a dream. Oh my god! She saw things in her sleep. People were scared of her because, oh look, she had a dream. Mommy Jennifer, I had a nightmare. I saw all these awful things while I was sleeping. Oh, kill her, she's a witch. Kill her, she's a witch. And then you get in the game and she's got, ooh, magic powers that are actual magic powers. And I'm like, everything Ciri is doing in the game is all stuff that Avallac'h did in the novels. Not Ciri. Ciri didn't have those powers. Avallac'h did. The sonic scream? That's how he killed the unicorns. And Ciri was amazed by this. She was horrified by it. She'd never seen anything like it. She grew up with mages, and this was the first time she had actually seen a mage who was actually, oh my god, he's really got powers. All the other mages are like, hey, guess what? I know how to do magic. Let me snap my fingers. Maybe I can make a flower bloom. They didn't have magic powers. They didn't do anything because they couldn't do anything. Most of them were charlatans and scam artists.
We've tried at least 20.
Avallac'h had elder blood, so he didn't have to think about it. He just, oh yeah, I can do all this stuff. That's what made him different from the other mages. The fact that he actually could do stuff while the others didn't have any ability. That's why it's stupid. You see Yennefer and Triss in the game and the things they do, and it's like, hey look, I'm gonna shoot firebolts out my fingers. Really? No mage in the novels could do that. And the game makes it sound like there's magic everywhere and mages on every street corner. There were 16 mages in the entire universe. All of them were female except for 2. There were 14 female mages and 2 male mages in the entire universe. Avallac'h was one of the 2 male mages. He was the elven one. Vilgefortz was the other one. And yet in the game, you go to Novigrad and how you rescue 31 mages with Triss Merigold in one quest, and then it talks about, oh, Loch Muin, so many hundreds of mages. Where did the hundreds of mages come from? They weren't in the novels. The novels are not magic based the way the game makes it sound. Most magic in the novels was, hey look, let me take this potion and see how many rainbow swirls I can see because it's actually LSD. Oh look, I see spooky things because I'm so high on drugs, it must be magic. That was magic in the novels. A bunch of hippies on drugs. They were not doing actual magic. Which is why Ciri is, oh my god, look at what he can do when she encountered Avallac'h, because he actually could do magic. Wasn't a parlor trick like the other mages were. I mean, Avallac'h and the sorceresses, the difference between Avallac'h and the sorceresses was the same difference between real world magic, which doesn't exist, and stage magicians like Siegfried and Roy. The sorceresses were the stage magicians with Siegfried and Roy, and Avallac'h was an actual paranormal phenomenon who could do real magic. That's why we see a scene where he actually does magic. And what does he do? He screams. He's hurt. He can't run. He's crippled. He drags his leg. He walks with a limp. And he's got an army coming down on him, about to take Ciri away, and he's not letting anything get between him and Ciri. They didn't change that about him from the game to the Gone novels to the game. The way you see him in the game, just super mega protective of Ciri and not letting anybody near her, he was 10 times worse than that in the novels. Nobody was going to get near Ciri. He wasn't going to allow it. He was insanely, obsessively possessive of her. on extreme levels. So now he's got this army of 5,000 unicorns who are soldiers. They weren't horses, they were men. Running towards him with weapons. They're getting ready to kill him because he's got Ciri and they're trying to get her back. There's no way he can outrun them. He's too far away from his horse. He is off his horse in this scene. He can't get back to his horse. His horse is over there by the lake. He's over here with Ciri. He's also separated from these 5 women. Him and Ciri were having a fight. Ciri was arguing with the women, and he was trying to break up the fight. So he got off his horse, and he left the women over here with the horse, and he told them to stay there. And they did. And he dragged Ciri off. I was trying to talk to Ciri, and all of a sudden these unicorns, they're like, oh my god, now's our chance. His bodyguards are too far away from him. They cannot get to him. There is no way they can outrun us. He is so far away from these women who are his bodyguards. We can get Ciri. So that's why they attacked him. They were following him right along. But he had gotten far enough away from the bodyguards that were protecting him and Ciri that all of a sudden the unicorns are like, now's our chance. We gotta get her now or we're never gonna get her. They all surround him. He can't get to his horse or the women. And Ciri is terrified out of her mind because, Ciri doesn't have any magic powers. She's clinging to Avallac'h, terrified that these things are getting ready to kill us. They completely surrounded him. Then what does he do? He starts screaming. He lets out this massive scream, and 5,000 of them, their heads explode all over the place. And Ciri's like, oh my god, what the hell did you just do? A second round of them start coming because they open up a portal. The unicorns open up a portal. They're coming from another planet. The whole army, this massive fleet of them pours in. He does it again. He's hurt, though. He can't do it as good. But by this point, the women and Rudy, the horse, are close enough to him. He turns around, he casts a spell on the women. The women just immediately, like Oxy Puppet, turn into no ability to do anything on their own, like they're marionette puppets. He takes the scream that he was doing and puts it into them. Now there's 6 of them screaming. Him and the 5 women. And everybody within a miles around, everybody dies. Everybody. Everybody in the forest, all the monsters, everything. Everybody for miles dies. The only ones who live through that are the ones inside of this blue bubble that is around them. That's Ciri, the horse, Avallac'h, and the 5 women. And so these people were in my chat saying, well, there's never any battle scenes with any of the mages, and Avallac'h doesn't have any, you never see him do it. That is a huge battle scene. It's one of Avallac'h's primary scenes. And that was why I made the spells the way I made them. He had the ability to vaporize things through this massive scream that he did. And then you see Ciri doing that scream in the game, and the game doesn't actually tell you Ciri's doing it. When Ciri gets mad at Avallac'h and she tries to do it at will at the lab and she can't because, hey, guess what? Avallac'h's not there. Watch what happens. When Ciri does the sonic scream, watch Corinthia. Corinthia is about to attack Ciri just before that happens. There is a sonic boom that goes off. The camera cuts in on Corinthia. Corinthia turns around, looks up at the tower, and then he grabs Aridin and he runs the fuck out of there. That was Avallac'h. And he knew that was Avallac'h, and he knew that scream was getting ready to happen. Because it wasn't Ciri, it was Avallac'h putting it into Ciri, just like he did in the novels. But people look at, oh, Ciri's got these superpowers, look at that scream shit, Ciri didn't do it. That's why when she tries to do it a second time, she can't. She never did it to begin with, and that is also why, when it gets out of control, Avallac'h can snap his fingers and hey, it stops. Because it was never Ciri to begin with, it was Avallac'h all along. And anyone who read the novels knows that. But that's what these guys were arguing about in my chat. The fact that one of them was saying Avallac'h isn't even in the novels, and then the other one was saying, well, he's in the novels, but he doesn't have any fight scenes. None of the pages have fight scenes. Reread the novels. Boy, did you guys get it wrong. But then they were doing that in my chat for days. I mean, this argument went on between them for days. And like I said, they weren't talking to me and they weren't talking to anybody else in my chat. They were arguing with each other in my chat. And other people in my chat were like, why are you letting them do this? Why aren't you banning them? And I'm like, well, they're just discussing stuff in the novels. Getting it wrong, but whatever. You know, it wasn't anything to ban him for. But we're here at Gramps. Vizima Confidential. You keep hearing me mention it.
The Emperor will have to help us fight the Hunt. And we've just found fragility.
It's been, what, 3 weeks now since Cyberpunk was released? And everybody was hyped because Cyberpunk's finally released, and then everybody was deflated because, oh my god, Cyberpunk has bugs, and then this wild cult of Cyberpunk hypers who are weird. I don't know how to describe them. How do you describe these people? They were hyped for Cyberpunk, and Cyberpunk came, and it wasn't what they thought it was going to be, and it's full of bugs, and they've been going on and on and on, especially on Twitter and Reddit. That's where you're seeing most of them. But every social network, they're hitting every social network. There's a lot of them. If you go on YouTube, just go on YouTube and search Cyberpunk discussion, Cyberpunk reviews, Cyberpunk fraud, Cyberpunk, just anything like that. There's tons of YouTubers, there's thousands of YouTubers making these Cyberpunk review videos right now. They've been coming out for every day, just hundreds of them every day for the last several weeks, ever since Cyberpunk came out. And they're all saying the same thing. Whether they like Cyberpunk or hate Cyberpunk or are mad about Cyberpunk, they all have different ways they're going around it. But they're all saying the same thing over the course of it. They'll always bring up, I can't understand why CD Projekt Red released a game that was so buggy. This game is unplayable. This game is unfinished. CD Projekt Red has never done this before. And I'm like, Vizima Confidential? Anyone remember Vizima Confidential? Hey, look, ladder bug that we are having an issue with today because, you know, ladder bug. They haven't fixed it yet. But Vizima Confidential. Or if you haven't played Witcher 1, play it. See what happens 2 hours in when you get to Vizima Confidential. Primary quest in the game. You can't finish the game if you can't finish that quest. Newsflash. You're probably gonna have to delete the game off your computer and buy another copy. They're not gonna provide you with a replacement. Let's see how many dozens of copies you have to buy before you buy one that actually isn't bugged out and you can complete Vizima Confidential, the most broken quest in gaming history of any game ever. Witcher 1 by CD Projekt Red. A game now 20 years old. A game that came out 2 decades ago. And they still haven't fixed the Vizima Confidential bug, even though they have promised many times that they would. Well, guess where we are right now? Vizima Confidential. The Witcher 3 Easter egg for the Witcher 1 Vizima Confidential bug. It became so much of a running gag, the Vizima Confidential bug, that they put an Easter egg to it in Witcher 3. That's where we are right now. Early in the game Witcher 1, one of the very first things that's going to happen when you finish the tutorial, you have Vesemir takes you around, shows you how to do stuff. Look, you got knocked out, we woke you up, you were unconscious, you lost your sword. Look, I'll give you a spare sword, one of mine. Let me teach you how to use it. So you have this whole little tutorial with Vesemir, very similar to the tutorial you have with Vesemir in Witcher 3. Then he's like, okay, Triss is hurt, let's go help Triss. Do that. Everybody's all good and ready to go. Evil bad guy comes in, kills one of the young witchers, who's not in the novels, he's game only character, kills one of the young witchers, and everybody's like, oh my god, vengeance. We need vengeance. So now you have a reason to leave Kermart. Vesemir's like, you go here, you go here, you go here, you go here, I'll go here. Geralt, where are you going? Geralt's like, well, I guess I'll go to Vizima. I can't remember anything else. I have amnesia. I don't even know my name. Okay. So, off to Vizima. Get attacked by dogs. Oh, look! Here's a doctor I fucked at some point one time in the novels. How many times did I fuck her again? Okay. Guess we can see where the game's heading. Let me drag her to the nearest tavern. Oh no, I'm busy. I'm a doctor, remember? I don't do this anymore. Ah, okay. Go to the tavern! What do you meet? The craziest thing that's ever been in the Witcher series since Avallac'h. You walk into the tavern. And the first thing you're going to encounter, Corinthia's voice, many octaves higher. Mickey Mouse, same voice actor. Vesemir's voice actor, Eridan's voice actor, Detloff's voice actor, Corinthia's voice actor, all the same person. You can kind of tell, deep raspy voice, they do kind of all sound alike. They are all the same voice actor. And in this high-pitched, squeaky little Mickey Mouse voice, also the same actor. That's the first thing you're going to encounter when you get to the tavern. Hey, guess what? You just unlocked Vizima Confidential. Have fun. Very first quest you're going to unlock. And you get it unlocked by, you're a witcher! Can I dissect you? From Mickey Mouse's voice. Corinthia's voice. High-pitched. It's weird. You can hear it that it's the same voice actor. When I realized it's the same voice actor, I was like, wait, he's the same voice actor? How is it the same voice actor? It is such a high pitch. How insanely high pitched falsetto voice. How is that the same voice actor? How did he go from way down here to way up here? But yeah, when you listen to him, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's the same voice actor. He's got a good range in his voice. Didn't you have to go through this whole conversation of, you can't dissect me, I'm alive. Oh, well, I'll pay you 6,000 crowns, it's orens. 6,000 orens. I'll pay you 6,000 orens to let me dissect you. And Geralt's like, oh, how would I drive this sword through your throat? It's the most bizarre conversation you're ever going to encounter. And you want to keep this guy close and make him your best friend because he's going to save you so many damn times in the game if you do. If you can get through Vizima Confidential.
enjoy good.
He's going to point out, well, how about you live a dangerous life? You're a witcher. How about you promise to let me dissect you if some monster ever kills you? Can I follow you around to make sure I'm there when you die so I can dissect you immediately? Before anything gets ruined? And Geralt's like, what the hell? Okay. He's trying to humor this raven lunatic. Oh, by the way, I'm an alchemist. I can help you. You need alchemy supplies. You're a witcher. I know all these potions. I'm going to teach you. You just have to go to the swamp and get me the ingredients.
Gel's headquarters.
Go to the swamp to get the ingredients. So much fun. Go to the swamp and get attacked by drowners and blitzweigers and grounders and blitzweigers and grounders and blitzweigers and... Oh, who's this? There's an old guy standing there. He's in the novels. This is a novel character. One of the strangest characters in the novels, also. You meet this little old guy standing there in the swamp. Who's also, you know, right here in Witcher's 3. Here he is. Same little old man. Gramps! There he is. There's Gramps. Little old man sitting there in the swamp. I know my way through the swamp. I know how to get back towards the swamp. I go through the swamp all the time. There's so much food in the swamp. I go hunting here every day. Okay. Vizima Confidential is one of the strangest quests you're ever going to encounter in any game, too. Because, hey look, Gramps, there he is. Do you know this quest? Have you ever seen Witcher 3? Do you have any clue where we are? Gramps takes you on a tour of the swamps. Hey look, here's this, here's that, here's... Oh, look, there's the cave. Hey, where'd Gramps go? Vizima Confidential. Go back and find Gramps. Oh look, Gramps is bugged out. Hey, we can't talk to Gramps anymore. Well, there goes the last 20 hours of the game. Reload the game and start over. Oh yes, reload the game and start over. Not go back to your save file from 5 or 6 hours ago because the game only saves once every 3 hours.
Sometimes I wish I could be like...
No, go all the way back to the beginning of the game because the Vizima Confidential bug causes the game to crash and corrupts your entire save file. You have to restart the game. Restart the game, go through it all over again. Get to Gramps, follow Gramps through the swamp, get to the cave. Oh look, Gramps is gone. Go back to the front of the swamps. There's Gramps standing there. You can't talk to him. He's bugged out. Oh yes, we have to restart the game again. No, you can't go back to your last save file. You must restart the game. Are you seeing why the Vizima Confidential bug is the most infamous bug of any game ever in history? CD Projekt Red, who never made a bug in any game they ever released?
We cannot.
The secret.
allow this.
Don't go near the cave. Follow Gramps. When you see that cave, jump into Blitzweiger Hold. Over here, across from the cave, there's this nice big pond. It's full of Blitzweigers. They're going to kill you so much, but go over there. If you get too close to the cave, it bugs it out. That's how you can avoid bugging out Gramps and finish Vizima Confidential. Eventually, Gramps takes you, once you get past the first of several bugs in Vizima Confidential, by the way, the Gramps bug. Gramps will take you around through, show you everything.
Hide!
This village over here, they have the best food. This is one of the best hunting grounds over here. I get so much food over here. We go to the next little place. Oh, the bricklayers over here. There's so much food here with the bricklayers. You can imagine how great this is. This guy right here, taking you on tours through the swamps. This village right here. You notice how there's no people in this village? Have you noticed that Gramps is the only one in this
Very
village?
funny.
In Witcher 1, this village is in Witcher 1. He takes you on a tour through this village. Look at all these wonderful people. But there's so much great food here. Not bad. Wandering through the swamps, being taken through the swamps. He helps you get your stuff. Oh, look, you need to get Avallac'h because, hey, guess what? You can make fist stack in Witcher 1, and you need to because it's a usable item that is required for several
With
quests.
pleasure, Geralt. With pleasure.
Sooner or later, you're going to meet Raymond. Raymond's going to tell you a story. You know, because Kalkstein's still sending you back and forth because 30 different trips, no fast travel. You have to walk the entire way. No horse, no running. No fast travel. You have to walk the entire way. From Vizima to the swamp. It's over 20 minutes from Kalkstein's house to Gramps' house. 30 times. 30 times. You get to Kalkstein's house. Oh, by the way, I forgot. You gave me Setharos number 1. I need Setharos number 2. There's 10 Setharos. He's going to send you to each one individually. Oh, yes, and a Avallac'h. Oh, wait, I need this. I'm making this little ribbon, which is very useful. Yes, buy the ribbon. Save up every penny you can. Buy the ribbon. You're going to need it. It costs 600 crowns, 600 orens, not crowns. Crowns are Witcher 3. Do you have any idea how long it takes to make 600 orens in Witcher 1? Loot is not plentiful in Witcher 1 like it is in Witcher 3, and there aren't many merchants who buy stuff. It is so insanely difficult to make money in Witcher 1. After many hours of lots of grinding, killing thousands of drowners, sooner or later, you will have enough money to buy the red ribbon. Do buy it. Strange meat. That's what that's called when you loot that item. That is called strange meat. You go to Vashka's house, and Vashka has a story. My grandson's missing. Haven't seen him. You go back and tell Raymond. Their son's missing. Samson's missing. Hasn't seen him. Huh, that's funny. My nephew's missing. Haven't seen him. Go back to the swamps. Talk to Gramps, because that's what the quest tells you to do. Go back to the swamp. Talk to Gramps. Hey, these people are looking for their kids. Well, I haven't seen any kids. Strange meat over here. Sooner or later, you get to Gramps' house and you actually get inside while he's not there, because for 30 or 40 hours of the game, he hasn't let you inside his house. You get inside his house and, I can see where you've been hunting. So all these little kids that, you know, have been going missing, they're hanging upside down, skinned from his meat hooks, eaten, because he's a cannibal. He's been eating people. All the villagers are, you know, not really good people, so he's kind of ridding the world of bad people. He tells you when you confront him, he tells you this whole sob story of, well, that one's a murderer and that one's a rapist, you know, I'm not eating good people. I only eat the kids if, you know, they're bullies and beating up the other kids. I don't eat the good kids. Gramps is actually in the novels. He is a character in the novels, and he at one point kidnaps Ciri and tries to eat her. He's one of the stranger characters from the novels. He shows up in Witcher 1 and in Witcher 3. Here he is in Witcher 3. He's a cannibal. The theory of him being in Witcher 3 is that supposedly you should have been sympathetic to him and not killed him. Well, it is possible to keep him alive, it is possible to kill him. There's different options for the quest. Witcher 3 assumes you kept him alive in Witcher 1 because here he is again. There he is. We're now back in the village in Witcher 1 and all the people are gone. It assumes you went with the option where you're talking to Gramps and he gives you this boohoo story of, you know, these weren't good people. You know, that guy was a murderer. Look how many lives I saved by eating this serial killer. That guy was a rapist. Look how many women's lives are better now because I killed that rapist. I ate him. And he gives you this whole story of why it's good that he's a cannibal. And then says, spare me. I'm doing a good deed. And so that's an option. It's an option for Geralt to go, yeah, these people were pretty bad. You know what? I'm going to spare you. You are doing a good deed. If you pick that option, though, he's the one who he teaches Geralt the recipe for Hangman's Venom. That's how you learn Hangman's Venom. Which requires you to use human corpses to make it in Witcher 1. Strange meat. I mean, you're supposed to use strange meat, which is human meat, to make Hangman's Venom. Is the primary ingredient of Hangman's Venom in Witcher 1. Anyways. If you spare his life, he teaches you how to make Hangman's Venom. And when Geralt leaves, Geralt says,
I think you will
don't
not
eat
attack
any
one
more
on
people.
unarmed.
I'm gonna come back and check on you. I don't know when. Might be a few years. But I'm gonna come back. I want to see the people in this village still alive. So, Witcher 3 assumes that you picked that option because the alternate option is to, you know, you're evil, I'm gonna kill you and kill him. He kills Gramps. That's the other option for that quest. Witcher 3 assumes you picked the option where you spared him and kept him alive, and now you're back, and guess what?
And he'll kill any who stand in his way.
The village is empty. There's no one here. He ate everyone. Everyone's gone.
Talk to the wife.
Talk to the wife. Okay.
Jude, sharp now. We've company. What's brought you to these parts, master? Lost your way?
Could say that.
Oh, no, master. Better to stick to the high road round here. These are wild lands. Wild and dangerous.
I recognize that voice actor. Who else is she in this game? I'm trying to figure out who is she. Yes, let's just, you know, talk to them. I like
What
this
is
quest.
place exactly?
A village. Plain to see.
Abandoned huts is about all I see.
Aye. It's only us now. Young folk gone off to the city seeking work.
Oh, yes. I certainly have.
Ain't that right, Judd?
Right as
Oh, good.
So long.
Alright. Now that we've talked to them, now we can use Witcher senses. This quest never tells you what to do next. You have to find it at random or recognize... Hey, that character looks an awful lot like that guy I remember from Witcher 1. Is that him?
Rotting meat.
There it is. Yeah, you have to use Witcher senses. If you don't randomly walk around this house using Witcher senses, you do not know to look for this. Now, like I said, this quest suffers from the ladder bug. Okay. Save game. Chances are really high the game is going to crash. Can we open? Oh, we opened and went down automatically. I didn't have him do that. I did not want you to do that. No, no, no. Get back up. Get off the ladder. I wanted to save after opening because I know the chances of this quest crashing are so high. Okay. Now use the ladder. Let's see if we can get you down here without the game crashing. So hard to complete this quest. It's a repeat of the quest in Witcher 1. It's the exact same thing where when you finally get into Gramps' house and you look around, oh my god, there's all these dead bodies. He's a cannibal. And this game, you have the option to do the same as you did before, where you can, don't do it anymore. I already told you in Witcher 1, but don't do it again.
The curse that held him.
This is why I made save files. We may have to go back to even before we talk to them. The little halfling that we buy herbs from. Is it his friend or his brother or his cousin? I can't remember. It's his apprentice, right? Is it his apprentice?
The curse that held him up proved hard to lift, and Yennefer and the Witchers managed.
Somebody went missing.
The
And you followed the quest. We didn't follow the quest. We just came here at random because I was like, we're on our way to somewhere else and there's this. Let's go there. So we've skipped part of the quest. We were supposed to follow clues to get here, but yeah, we're here. I can't remember who it is. I think it's his apprentice. Well, like, I think the quest will tell us we should look. Okay, it's saved there. Alright. Let's see. You're missing your head. I'll get your head back. And I'm missing your head here too. Get your head back in a minute. What's the name of this quest? It's a contract, right? So not missing brother, not missing son. Is it a secondary quest? Should light up blue, I think. Without a trace? Without a trace. There it is. Who are we looking for? His apprentice. Okay. His apprentice went missing. Sent him out looking for flowers. His apprentice went missing, never came back. Let's get Avallac'h his head back. Okay, let's save. Can we talk to them again? Let's open the door. Can we talk to them again without going down there? I want to find out. Okay. What was that move? See if we can talk to them again, because I can't remember. It's been so long since I last did this quest. I can't remember if we can talk to them again after finding that or not. Or do we have to actually go down to talk to them again? Can we climb out of this? Just... There we go. You have partly disappeared. What are you doing? Okay, well, I guess we're going that way. Look at her body is partly disappeared.
You again. Well, out with it. What brings you here?
She has a different face. That's not even the same face. That's hysterical.
So
Oh, this game has no bugs. All these people who are complaining about Cyberpunk, and they point out, look at Witcher 3. They made a game with so many bugs after making Witcher 3.
You don't really expect me to confess my feelings.
Witcher 3, the game that has more bugs than Skyrim. Oh, the bugs in this game. They're funny, but right now it's even funnier than normal because there are so many people pointing out that, look at Witcher 3, it didn't have any bugs. Why did they release Cyberpunk with bugs? Have any of you people played Witcher 3? Can you jump in? I know we jumped in once and we were able to not crash the game. Okay. That didn't work. Oh, we may not be able to do this quest. This is so incredibly bugged out. I know we figured out a way. I can't resist. It's been so long. It's been 3 years since the last completionist run I did of the game. So, it's been 3 years since the last time we did this quest. I know we completed it in the first Avallac'h playthrough. I'm trying to remember. That picture that I posted of Avallac'h, that I put it on everything and people are like, that picture is so creepy. Why is that picture so creepy? What? It comes from this quest. It's the look that he gives him when he's like, I just came from your basement. And he's got this look on his face. And it's one of my favorite pictures of Avallac'h. So you see me post it on everything. It's on my profile like 10 times. On my Twitch profile. And I post it on Twitter and Facebook and everywhere. And everybody always, that's so creepy. He looks so creepy in that. What is that expression on his face? But it comes from this quest when he's talking to them about the body in the basement. How would you do this quest, love friend? Can we try jumping off the other side? No. I know we figured out how to do it. And it's been so long, I just cannot remember. How did we do it? The problem is it affects every single ladder that was added by Heart of Stone. So you can't complete the auction quest, you can't complete the frog quest with all geared, you can't complete this quest, you can't complete that other quest that we just tried to do for the rune rite. They all contain a ladder. The infamous ladder bug of Witcher 3. Possibly the worst bug they ever made since the Vizima Confidential bug. Ironically, the same character. Gramps both times. They put Gramps in the game as an Easter egg to Gramps in the first game. And it bugs out both quests, both games are bugged out with the worst bugs in Witcher history. Oh, Witcher 1 Vizima Confidential bug featuring Gramps, and Witcher 3 Ladder bug also featuring Gramps. We're gonna try climbing down the ladder one more time.
The curse that held him up proved hard to lift.
And if it crashes again, we'll just leave because we don't need to do this quest right now.
And an elven sage in
We can do it later when I figure out how do we fix the bug, because there's plenty of ladders we can check. It is by far the worst game-breaking bug of the game. After the Netheril bug, which you can't complete the main quest if you have the Netheril bug. You can't complete the main story. Not possible. Where are you? Loaded on the other side. Okay. We're so far away from where we're going. Okay. See if you can just climb down the ladder. You try climbing again. Is it possible to save while you're on the ladder? Can I save while you're on the ladder? No. Interesting. You know, a lot of times when the game crashes in these weird places, it's connected to the save file. I wonder if this one is as well. Plus I can't get you off the ladder without the game crashing. Can we save? We're down here. The game hasn't crashed yet. Can I just have you stand here and get an autosave? Okay, you came down the ladder. Travel companion. We didn't move, but she did. She moved away from the ladder and it crashed. I'm wondering if I can get it, the travel companions just messed up what I was doing there when she climbed down. I may have to take the travel companions off. I was wondering if you climb down the ladder and just stay at the ladder, because it crashes when you walk away from the ladder. If you climb down the ladder, stay at the ladder until an autosave triggers. Then make a manual save after the autosave. Then load from the autosave. Will that work? I haven't tried that. I want to try that and find out if that works. So I may have to take travel companions off in order to try it though. Because her coming down the ladder and then stepping away from the ladder caused it. And the autosave is every 3 minutes. Autosave is every 3 minutes. Get a timer on OBS. Well, it's not a timer, but it's timing how long the stream is, so you can use it as a timer. Okay. Load this safe.
the curse that held
Okay. We know that autosave works. But the manual save doesn't. The manual save's the one that keeps crashing. So we load this autosave as the, or was it this one? I don't remember which one it was now. Load that one in there. Make it was the other one. Game already loaded? Ow! Music? Got it? Good. Yeah, that's another thing. Ever since this weird flu thing that hit me back in June and hasn't gone away yet, June 2019, not June 2020, it's been over a year now. It's been over a year and a half now. Ever since that hit me, I've had a steady runny nose and constant sneezing as well as everything else. Go to this one.
The curse that held him up proved hard to lift.
Yeah, that was the one.
Jennifer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive.
Elf should be capitalized.
Not man, but elf. And an elven sage at that. Avallac'h, this was his name.
Proper correct grammar, the word elf is
Elven mage
capitalized.
who had helped Ciri flee the hunt, then hidden her away.
Also, it annoys me that the elves in the game are like Tolkien, Lord of the Rings elves. They weren't like that in the novels. The Witcher elves were really unique, or kind of unique. They were straight up copied right out of ElfQuest. They were ElfQuest elves, yeah. Obviously plagiarized from ElfQuest. Did the game just do a thing? The game just did a thing. Can I do this? Oh, that's not nice. This is the bug that happens with the kernel error crash. Why I usually open it up in the little tiny window. This bug. This game that doesn't have bugs because, yeah. See, Project Red never made a game with bugs before. Okay. Bounce back into the game. Okay, brought up, that's what I want to see. It brought up Task Manager. What is having an issue with Task Manager? Something is having an issue with Task Manager. Something is using a lot of power. Huh. Wait, what's... We got a spike in CPU. Wow. That's usually that. That's not on. It's Streamlabs, is it? No, you're amazing. It's not me. It's not telling me what's using so much power. See. Close some things in Task Manager here. I think it was you. Yeah, power's going back down now. What are you? It's an ad subframe, it looks like. A pop-up? A pop-up ad from some website was in the background, but I didn't know it. Okay. OBS is having a spike with GPU. A desktop, Windows desktop. Windows desktop is taking up 20% GPU. Why? Why? No clue why. That's bizarre. There's nothing running on Windows desktop. And yet it's telling me something is? Nothing there. Huh. It's not the game. The game is I can see the game. The game on Task Manager is running normal. Streamlabs is running normal. It says there's something running on the desktop. But that would be the game on the desktop, wouldn't it? But I've never seen that before. Unless we need to give Avallac'h his head back. I didn't get the game back on because I'm puzzled as to why it was doing that thing that it just did where it didn't want to load. You're loading invisible again. That is just bizarre. But again, you know, this game that doesn't have bugs. That's one of those bugs that this game doesn't have.
Rotting meat.
Okay, so it loaded back before that. Okay, wait. Save? Save. Where is it? Now we need to open this up again.
Yes. He didn't wish to kill him. Humiliation. That's what he was after. But Avallac'h refused to succumb without a fight. He cast a spell that wrought havoc in Bern's ranks.
Save again. Resume. Now let me see, what is the load save? When was the last autosave? So the next autosave should be coming right up. So I want you to just climb down the ladder. Get off the ladder. And down there. If the travel companions mess it up again. See, if we don't move, it doesn't crash. That's what I was wondering, if we can get it to trigger an autosave here. Can we load it from here? And have it not crash? That's what I wanted to find out. And then other stuff messed me up and sidetracked me. Also, we want to make a manual save here. And wait for that to trigger an autosave, which it should do soon, because it was right near the end of the sequence. Time for it to do it again. You are thirsty and tired. Okay, there's the autosave. Now do another manual save after it, so we have one on either side of it.
To make certain there are no misunderstandings.
Okay, travel companion just fell down. Okay, so now we have an autosave and 2 manual saves down here. Can we try to now walk away from this? Was there any particular way we walked that triggered it?
No reason to tarry.
Any direction? Oh yeah, Avallac'h's impatient. Which he wasn't in the novels. He was the opposite. I'm gonna say it again. Just standing there and let it cycle through autosave seemed to have done it.
Damn it.
Yeah, okay. Let's loot the place. We already know what's over there. The guy we're looking for is laying there on a table chopped up. Time meridian. Oh, awful. Avallac'h's allergic to that. Yeah, there he is. That's the guy we're looking for, laying there all chopped up on the table. There's so much loot here. So since we got down here by doing that weird little thing, which may have been how we did it before, I don't remember. It's... Oh, there's a dead dog there too. They were all sweet dogs. Oh, the Illuminati sheep! Look at that! I didn't know it changed to dead sheep as well. Somewhere we have a mage making an Illuminati sheep. It's probably Avallac'h too. He's religion crazy. He's a reptilian serpent shapeshifter, so that would classify him as a reptilian Illuminati shapeshifting pope. I'd never seen the sheep dead body with the Illuminati symbol on it before. I didn't realize it did it. That's a mod on Nexus. So if you want Illuminati sheep in your game, just search for the mod name Illuminati sheep. There he is. That's the guy we're looking for. Dead and eaten. Can we save again? Found him. We want so many save files here. The next cutscene is where I got that screenshot of Avallac'h before. He has his hood on. That one, he ain't gonna have his hood on this one. I know, I'm obsessively saving now. We know from experience how difficult it is to get up and down this ladder. Save every few inches. Alright. Can we get back up the ladder without a crash? This is how I got into the habit of not using ladders and just, let's jump! And then we kept dying. But the ladder bug is so prevalent in this game that we try to avoid using ladders whenever possible. Also, we got an issue with the trees. There's an issue with our trees. Either next time the game crashes or next time I close the game to end an episode, I need to check what tree mod we got loading, because our trees look different, and they have ever since we reordered mods. And I liked the mod I was using before. This one's not as good, so I think it was
I'd rather not loiter in the street any longer.
that merge. I think I had highest priority for tree bark. Now I get the hiccups. You still over here with no clothes, no body, nothing? Can we talk to you again? Can I talk to you again?
Talk to the wife.
Okay. She has no body. Her body just, you know.
You again. Well, out with it.
She was an old lady before. Also, there it is. There's that expression right there. That's it. So there we've got him. We're doing it again, but without the hood on. But also, she was an old lady earlier, and now it's a young girl at.
You again.
Yes.
Well, out with
We're
it.
trying to trigger a specific dialogue with you, and it's not triggering.
What is this place exactly?
A village. Plain to
Mhm.
see.
What is your voice?
I see.
Aye. It's only us now. Young folk have gone off to the city seeking work, and the old died. Ain't that right, Judd?
Right as rain.
Has a mod altered what she looks like? And it's not loading correctly? Also,
Do you believe humanoids have a monopoly on destroying worlds?
this way. It's not active anymore. That's what's causing me an issue here. Okay. Yeah, we didn't do that. It says search the room. We did search the room. Is it this room? Wait a minute. It wants us to go back down the basement, I think. This room's still locked. I know we can get in there. Alright, we're gonna try and go back downstairs.
Avallac'h says
See
nothing
how well
happens
the
till I
game
stop
lets
thinking
us
about
do
that.
that. I think we needed Witcher senses, and we didn't use Witcher senses. I forgot about that. Quests require Witcher senses. Alright. Go back down. Carefully. Try not to crash the game. Now, wait a minute. While the games crashed. Whereas Oaks it merged because I think I used to have it higher up, and when we reordered stuff, I think it went down lower. Oaks it merge. Okay, let's go all the way down to the bottom. I think it got moved to the bottom. When we were moving stuff around the other day, I think that was one of the ones I moved. It is one of the ones I moved. Okay. Let's move it back to top and see. Is that the one that's causing the issue? I'm thinking it probably is. Now we load the game again. And we're over 2 hours. We've had lots of game crashes today. We go back and forth between having no crashes at all to having lots of crashes over and over and over again. It seems like we have no in between. My arm hurts. That wasn't nice. Try to slide up in the chair to put all my weight on my arm. I pulled a muscle or pinched a nerve or something the other day. It's been hurting for 3 or 4 days now. I don't know why. Why is it taking so much to get done? Alright, we have lots of save files now. Lots of save files now. Oh, there was an autosave while we was down there talking about the Illuminati sheet. Try to load that one.
The curse that held
I'm gonna tell you, try to load that one again. The game has been known to take up to 3 times to load a file after you reorder mods. I did just reorder mods. Now we're trying to load the game. So, I'm gonna try that same file again. What's this one? That one's upstairs. Okay, we want to use, and this one's at the ladder. Okay, use this one.
the curse that held him up proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage at that. Avallac'h, this was his
It appears to be loading.
was the elven mage who had helped Syrian flee the hunt and hidden her away in the island mists.
It's always a good sign when the game decides to load. It's so difficult to load this game. Okay. Now we're down here. Well, I'll travel again. Let's head back home. There you go. Alright, it wants us to use Witcher senses. Use Witcher senses. There we go. We had to trigger.
Red-haired halfling. Must be Fulkert. Ripped
Okay.
open, gutted and drained. No way to determine the cause of death.
There it goes. We needed it to trigger that update. Now we can do it. Yes. Okay. Now it'll do it. Yeah, I forgot to use Witcher senses. I was talking about sheep. We missed a bag? No, I think we didn't actually miss it. The save file was just before we happened to pick it up, right? Okay. Saves here. I think it also didn't make a checkpoint. It made a checkpoint. So we have a checkpoint and a manual save, and I want another one before we get to the ladder because this quest is so damn buggy. Up the ladder. Not crashing again. Got a floating rabbit over our head. Now save again. There we go. Save again. That's it. Alright. We are thirsty and tired also. And did that fix our trees? It did fix our trees, didn't it? Alright. I don't know why it crashed there. Why we require so many save files for this quest? I've seen people not do this quest because it crashes so much. They just can't tolerate it. There was one guy, somebody who watches my channel, and he was playing Witcher 3. He'd already played it a few times. It was like his third or fourth time. And load it there.
The curse that held it.
He'd already played it a few times. And it's constantly taking a long time to load. And then he was over in my channel once, and he says, your game must take so much longer to load because of mods. He said, the way the game loads on its own, I don't see how you could tolerate waiting for the mods to load. He was having so much trouble getting it to load, and it was just the game loading on its own without any mods. I've seen people quit for that reason too. A lot of people start the game and they quit really early on in White Orchard. 84% of all people who ever have started playing this game, according to CD Projekt Red's chart, 84% of all people who have ever started this game quit before they finish Family Matters. Load at the checkpoint.
The curse that held it not proved hard to lift. Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage of them. Avallac'h, this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped
We could go around the house the other way. Can we climb over the roof?
hidden her away from the Isle of Beasts.
I was wondering how to avoid it crashing again at the same place where it just crashed now. Look for runestones and rare crafting component. Why would runestones be in a monster nest? I never understood that. Why do monsters have runestones? Avallac'h with no head. Okay. Let's give me a head. Avallac'h with no head and Geralt's voice. Poor. This was the checkpoint, so it had already triggered, right? Can't determine cause of death, he said. How come? No, secondary quest? Secondary quest. Interrogate the peasant couple. Okay. When would the when would the next autosave be? Does it count from the checkpoint? Also, this light makes his hair so much more yellow.
In that case, let's go.
The light we had earlier made his hair look almost white. And sometimes when some places in Toussaint, his hair looks almost neon. Okay, we're back out. Sink. Can you get a drink? You need a drink. I was waiting for an auto save to kick in. That's why I didn't move. It seems to crash after a specific time. I'm climbing up the ladder. Is that what it's doing? I don't know. We'll test it and find out. Sooner or later, I'll make a bug fix mod for this that we can, you know, reliably use as a bug fix to upload to Nexus. But I haven't found a bug fix mod, bug fix for it yet, and neither has anybody else. It's one of the worst, most frustrating bugs of this game. Okay, can I try to loot
The
here?
curse that held him up proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it.
It's a
The
tempting
ugliest man
one.
alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage.
I wasn't expecting it to.
Avallac'h, this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped Syrian flee the
If you notice, whenever I make a save file, I always make two back to back. Again, another vanilla bug in the game. The most recent one never loads. You always have to go back to the one before it. That's why I always make two. And again, CD Projekt Red never fixed it, and there's no bug fixes on Nexus for it. It's a workaround that I found for it. Can I have you, like, just get away from this? Go over here. Put your head on, get away from it. No, okay. That's why we didn't bother. It does seem to be a specific amount of time. That's odd. It's not letting us get away from the ladder. It's not letting us get away from the ladder now. Before it wouldn't let us climb down the ladder and get off of it. Now it won't let us get away from the ladder now that we've climbed up it. I don't know if it's a mesh file error. Mesh file errors cause crashes like that. Could it be a mesh file error?
The curse that held
Okay, that's the same save file we just loaded before, and it loaded before, now it's not loaded. Mesh file errors are not necessarily easy to fix. They happen when something's like a little bit off. Like the ladder should load here and the texture file is supposed to load here right on top of it. But if the mesh file's loaded over here and then the texture file's loaded over here beside it, and in the game it is so small of an insignificance that it doesn't look like it's loading wrong. It's so minute of an error that you can't tell with the naked eye that it's loaded wrong.
Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself.
You have to change the pinpoints in order to fix an error like that. That's what it looks like the error is. It looks like it's a pinpoint error. Where the ladder is here and the texture file's over here, and you try to climb up and it's not lining up correctly. So when you try to use the item, all of a sudden now the game crashes because the layers aren't layering up properly. I know those types of errors are fixable, but they're really difficult to fix. Let me just try to get away from this thing. Put his head back on once we get far enough away from it. Yeah, it doesn't matter which way we're going. It does look like a time thing. It's the same amount of time every time. That's frustrating. And also, what happened to that? She's an elderly woman. And she loaded fine as an elderly woman. But then when we went back around, it was a young girl standing there in her... Again, that's a mesh file error. When you see it load invisible like that, that's a mesh file error. Those weird invisible bodies, like we just saw with her, started showing up when we updated the HD graphics mod to the 12th edition. And I know when you go to the forum for that mod, there's a lot of people saying that same thing. They'll be like, I get to this location and the guards have no arms. I get to this location and this person has no body. It's a big complaint with the 12th edition. And right now we are using the 12th edition. So I'm pretty sure that's the mod that's causing that, where her body went missing and she's just a floating head now. That is also, however, a vanilla bug in the game. So it may not be a mod causing it, because that happens to characters frequently anyways. You'd see it once in a while. Not common. You see it in the background characters. We're seeing it in a huge amount of the female characters the past few days. And that's the only new mod. I've been changing mods around because I took mods off to put a new mod on. There were only 2 new mods put on. The update for the Tomes mod and the update for the HD graphics mod. That's why I had to remerge mods in order to get those mods to load. Okay, I'm gonna go back before we started trying to do this stuff. This is the one that loaded, right? Oh, that's all the way back there. Okay, wait, no. I want to just completely go back to before we started trying to load the ladder, because this one? Try this one.
The curse that held
All those save files load really close to that ladder. And I said, this isn't a quest that we need to do. Not with this save file. We're going to need to do it at some point with the second Avallac'h playthrough, but right now, we don't need to do it. So, we're just going to go back before it. And we'll do it later. Just go back to before here. Try that one.
the curse that held him up proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it.
I think at this one we hadn't yet walked up to the house because I looted the whole town before we went to the house.
An elven sage
that was why I stayed away from the house, because I knew this bug in this quest is like Vizima Confidential. Ironically, it's the Easter egg for Vizima Confidential, and it's as bugged out as Vizima Confidential, and it almost looks like they put the bug in it on purpose, just to be, hey, haha, look at this bug we never fixed in Vizima Confidential. We'll put the same bug in the same quest in this game. That's what it looks like. See, Project Red kind of has a problem with, being juvenile delinquents. Which is why I find this whole weird fanboying that people are doing so strange. Where everybody is just, they shit out gold bricks. They've never had a bug before, never had a game problem before. Okay. I'll have to play Witcher 1 again so you can see Vizima Confidential in action. Oh. More annoying to this bug than for this quest that we were just doing when we were here. Okay, we wanted to go this way, right? Are we going the right way? I don't know. We wanted to leave Erde and then turn, because we were stopping at Erde because we were here. Okay, let's do it while we're here. But it's bugged out, which, like I said, when we got here, we may not be able to do it. I'm going to pick up flowers and loot. Is this log looted? I think we already looted this log yesterday or something. 2 days ago? When were we here? We were just here. I think we already looted that log the other day. Well, obviously we did. There's no loot in that log. It means we already looted it. Are you pickable? You are pickable. When we need blood moss, need to remember it. This is a good area. Blood moss is...
I will not sit and twiddle my thumbs. I am sick of waiting, sick of hiding.
It's hysterical how incredibly not more friendly that phrase is for her to say. Siri wouldn't have said that. Siri in the novels didn't. She didn't talk like that in the novels. I found Siri to be a unbelievable immersion-breaking character in the novels.
She needs time.
We're told that she's 12 years old in a lot of the scenes. She's 12 years old throughout most of the series. She's 7 years old when you first meet her. She's 14 years old when the series ends. She's 16 years old in the game. We're told she's 10 in a lot of the first earlier scenes, but the bulk of the scenes you see with her, she's 12.
Gelban was a sage of the old days. He fell in love with an Enshader, Dilly.
The problem is the author clearly has never been around a teenager or a child. And in some cases, I wonder, the way he writes the female characters. If you've read the Witcher novels, you're like, oh yeah, I understand. I know he wrote the female characters. I understand. I like the Witcher novels. The story is great. The characters are wonderful. But then there's these things in it. It's like, why did he do this? It's like, everything is so good. Why did you stick that in there? This is great. Why is that there? There's so many things like that in the Witcher novels where it's like, This is the best thing ever written. What the fuck is this doing here? And a lot of it is with Siri. It's like, Siri's this amazing character, and what the fuck? And it's like, you want to root for Siri, and then the next thing you want to wring her neck. And it's like, how is, what, why, what? It's like, here's Siri. You want to help Siri, you want to root for Siri, and then the next page you want to just stab her eyes out because you're like, what the fuck are you doing this for? And it's like that throughout the whole thing. The whole series. You get 4 or 5 pages of, this is great, and then a page of, what the fuck? And then 4 or 5 pages of, this is great, and then, what the fuck? There is so much of that in the Witcher novels. The problem is, you have Siri. Here she is on this page, acting like somebody in their 30s or 40s. And then a few pages later, here she is laying on the ground, holding her breath because she's having a temper tantrum like a 2-year-old. What? Okay. And then those things, they pull you out of the story. You know, you're going along, and this makes sense, and this makes sense, and this makes sense, and then, what are you doing laying on the ground holding your breath like a 2-year-old? What? What? Why? I'm gonna smash my head on the floor and smash my brain out just to spite you. Okay, well, good to know you have Tourette's. What the fuck? Why are you doing this? 12-year-olds don't do this. Unless they have Tourette's. I mean, that is a symptom of Tourette's. I know somebody who has Tourette's. That's what they do. They're in their 30s, and when they get upset, they lay on the ground and go, slam their head, slam their head, slam their head, slam their head, ooh, slam their head, slam their head. And it's like, okay, they need their medicine. Why is Siri doing it? There's no reason for Siri to be doing this. It's not like it's consistent. That's the other thing.
You know I shan't let you...
If he's trying to show us, yes, Siri has a serious mental problem, she's retarded, and this is how somebody who is mentally retarded in real life acts, well, okay. He's showing us a retarded character. That's what she acts like. But then a page later, now she's acting intelligent? Make up your mind. Have we got an intelligent person here in a 12-year-old's body, or do we have a retard here in a 12-year-old's body? Which one is it? Siri acts so damn retarded in some of the scenes. And it makes her such an unbelievable character because it's not consistent. Oh, and some of the worst scenes are when she's like, oh, there's a penis over there. I'm a female. I gotta cut that penis off because I'm a lesbian and cutting penises off is what we do. Let me cut the penis off and then smear the blood all over my face. One of my brothers was reading adventure novels and he got to the barroom scene and he's like, oh my god. What is she doing? And he came over and he's like, what is Siri doing? I was like, what's he doing? Where are you in the novel? So I didn't know what he was talking about. No, he says, Siri's on a barroom table. Like, oh. I have no clue. She's a lesbian. She's proven it by smearing penis blood all over her face. Okay, yeah. Okay. That's what lesbians do, apparently. Has Andrei Sapkowski ever met a lesbian? Is there any real-world lesbian on the planet who doesn't want to wring Andrei Sapkowski's neck? I'm a lesbian. Let me cut that penis off and rub penis blood on my face. Why are you doing this? What are you doing? And my brother was just, he's like, I don't know what to say. The barroom scene is so... Why is she doing this? I'm like, I have no clue. It's not like there's any point to the plot. It's just Andrei Sapkowski's pointing out, lesbians like to cut penises off. That's what lesbians do. That's the only reason that scene is there.
Second, if you're going to speak of courage, at least address me directly and not through Geralt.
Speaking of that, Alex is probably the wrong word to say there, Avallac'h. I mean, you did cut those off of him. He doesn't have that anymore. He wasn't the first person she castrated. Baron scene
Tyrell recognized the strength
happened
of my
before
arm.
she met Avallac'h. She has a history of Lorena Bobbitt. Ciri is a serial Lorena Bobbitt in the novels because, you know, she's a lesbian and that's what lesbians do. According to Andrei Sapkowski. And it is so annoying because there's probably more of them now, but go to Amazon and read the reviews of the Witcher novels. Just every single volume of the Witcher series, there's 8 volumes. Read the reviews.
Not this time.
I counted them. At the time I counted, which was I think 4 years ago, there was 122 5-star reviews across the novels, which included the phrase, "Best lesbian literature ever." Obviously, no lesbian wrote those reviews. Do any of these people know what a lesbian is? I mean, it's obvious Andrei Sapkowski has no clue what a lesbian is. But does any of these people who read the novels know what a lesbian is? There's a hell of a big difference between a male-hating feminist social justice warrior who has devoted her life to castrating every man she sees and a lesbian. They're not the same thing. Not at all. A lesbian is a woman in love with another woman. That's what lesbian means. It doesn't mean, oh, there's a penis, let me grab a knife and cut it off. I don't understand how do the Witcher novels have 122 5-star reviews with the phrase, "Best lesbian literature ever"? Who are these freaks and what do they think a lesbian is? Where do we leave our horse? Is that our horse? Yes, that's our horse. Okay. Couldn't tell if I was looking at a tree stump or a horse. It's too far away. Did you also have scenes of Ciri where she's mad for no reason at all? And she's just, you know what? I feel like smashing something. Let me smash everything. I'm gonna break this. I'm gonna smash that. I'm gonna rip this up. For no reason. None at all. She's just, I feel like smashing everything. And when people try to stop her, what does she do? She flips her skirt up over her head, takes her panties off, and starts slapping her ass and going, "Na na 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 na, you can't stop me." And I'm like, what? Again, that's something a retarded person does. Look up mental retardation and find out the symptoms of it. That's one of the symptoms. Throwing their panties and slapping their ass while screaming "na na 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 na" is an actual symptom of mental retardation. That's what I said. You read in the novels and it's going along fine, and then something like that's there, and you're like, wait, what? And it brings you out of the immersion. That's my complaint with the Witcher novels, because the story is great and the characters are great, and then things like that are in there as it pulls you out of the story and makes you just set the book down like, what the fuck am I reading? Siri, what the hell are you doing? And then the only thing you can think is, Andrew Sapowski, what is wrong with you? 12-year-olds don't do this. And then there's Tris Marigold. You've heard me say so many times, I call Tris Marigold the shit bitch. I've called her that ever since I read the novels. A lot of people are like, they hear me say that and their opinion is, oh, you're being mean to her. No, read the novels. She's a shit bitch. And it was so funny, there's a guy that watches my streams pretty regular, and he was all upset about it. Tris Marigold was his favorite character from the games, and he's just obsessed with Tris Marigold. And he said, why do you keep calling her shit bitch? That's so mean, you can't call her that. And then one day he was in my chat, it was like maybe 2 years ago. That's why I still had chat on, obviously. And he shows up in my chat. He was a regular who frequently was in my chat. He's actually one of my mods now. But he showed up in my chat one day and he's like, I read the novels. He said, I started reading the Witcher books. I know why you call her a shit bitch now. He says, I understand. I get it. He says, I don't know if I can continue to like her. He says, I don't know what to think about this. I knew immediately when he was telling me this, I knew what scene he got to. It's so terribly ridiculous. There's a scene in the Witcher novels where it's a sex scene with Tris Marigold. Between Geralt and between Geralt and Tris Marigold. In buckets of shit. Tris Marigold has a scat fetish. Really bad one. To the point that she deliberately makes alchemy potions. She's an alchemist in the novels also. She deliberately makes alchemy potions for the purpose of causing projectile diarrhea. And takes them before she has sex with somebody. So that she can have projectile diarrhea while having sex. And roll around in it. And bathe in it. And I'm like, what is this scene? What am I reading? Oh my god. Okay, Tris Marigold's a freak. There's things in the Witcher novels that I'm like, why are they here? Or there's no plot point for them. There's no plot reason for Ciri to pull her dress up over her head, take her underwear off, start slapping her ass, and go, na 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 na. There's no plot reason for that at all. She just does it at random. There's no reason for her to all of a sudden be slamming her head on the floor and screaming, I want Mommy Yennefer, 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 while the other characters start grinding up mirrors into powder and snorting it because Ciri's driving them insane. That scene is so bizarre. Where's my fist stick? I want Mommy Yennefer. I want Mommy Yennefer. I'm gonna hold my breath. I can't find any fist stick. I need Mommy Yennefer. I'm holding my breath. I'm gonna kill myself. Where's Fistic? I can't find Fistic. But I need Mommy Yennefer. You could both these characters. It's just so hysterical. I need my Fistic while Sirius on the ground screaming, I need Mommy Yennefer. He can't find any of his sticks, so he takes the first thing he can find, which is a mirror, and he starts smashing it and grinding it into powder, and he's snorting mirror dust like it's cocaine while Sirius on the ground screaming, I want Mommy Yennefer. Avallac'h's insane. Have I ever mentioned that? When you get to the relationship between Ciri and Avallac'h, it's a riot. It's what I say. I like them as a couple because they are absolutely insane. They're bonkers. They're both crazy. They're absolutely insane together. And then you throw Oberon into the mix, and it's like, my God, this is the most freaked out lovers triangle I've ever seen. What the hell is going on?
Can you hear me?
They're all insane. Everybody in the Witcher franchise. They're all insane. Every single character, they're nuts. Which makes the series fun to read because at every turn you're like, can they get any crazier? And then you meet the next character and, oh wow. They're crazier than the last character I met. It's so bizarre. It is the most bizarre thing I've ever read, and it's fascinating.
Useful in our struggle against Meriden.
Which I said, I think that's why I like it, just the fact that it is so damn ridiculously insane. There's nothing else like it out there. There kind of is something else like it out there. The Hunted Vagina. That's a book I have. That book is the same classification as the Witcher novels. The Haunted Vagina is about a woman who can't have sex with anybody because she has a bunch of ghosts living in her vagina, and they try to kill any man that tries to have sex with her. It's insane. Of course, I wrote Boom Fuzzy. I'm the author of Boom Fuzzy, so that's that. Monster porn. It's the most bizarre genre out there. If you never heard of monster porn, look it up. It's just an insane genre. And the Witcher novels falls into it. The Witcher novels is definitely monster porn. There's no calling it anything else. That's what it is. The thing with the Witcher novels is they were never intended to be published, mass-produced. He wrote the first story. It was a short story. It was like 10 pages long. It was just this little short story. And he wrote it for a contest. It was for a fan fiction thing. None of the characters are original or unique to the Witcher franchise. That's another thing. A lot of people don't realize that. It was fan fiction. It was originally published as fan fiction. It's fan fiction. And it's obvious it's fan fiction when you have stuff like Triss Marigold's scat fetish. Because where outside of fan fiction do you see something like that? You don't see things like this outside of fan fiction. He didn't create Geralt. There was something my brother didn't know. He heard me say it once and he's like, wait a minute, he didn't create Geralt? No. There's another, I think it's is it a trilogy? Or is it 5 volumes? I can't remember. I think it's a trilogy. I can't remember the name of it. It was published in the 1960s. And it's called The White Wolf. That's the name of it. It's called The White Wolf. So Look up the novel called The White Wolf that was written in the 1960s. Can't remember the author's name. But my brother went and looked it up, and then he was back a few days later, and he was like,
Secure our retreat.
I looked it
There's
up.
bound to be a struggle. Things could get intense. We'll need to flee
He
fast.
plagiarized it.
Disappear in the crowd.
He looked this up, and he's like, oh my god. Geralt comes from this other novel. Geralt's not unique to the Witcher series. It's like, no, he's not. The Geralt comes from a different series. It was written by a different author about 10 years before the Witcher novels. There was an interview with Andrzej Sapkowski. People asked him, did you steal Geralt from this guy? Did you know about this? And he said right in the interview, yeah, I read that. It was one of my favorite novels.
He's in trouble. I'm going
The
to
Witcher
help
series is fan fiction of it. He outright plagiarized this other novel. And there's a lot of plagiarism in the Witcher series. Huge amounts. Are we at Lower Mill? Is that Lower Mill? Have we really gone that far? Well, I didn't realize we'd gone that far. We've been at random getting on our horse and getting back off. We didn't want to go to Lower Mill yet. We wanted to go to Heddle first. Wait a minute. We were supposed to turn off somewhere and go to Heddle. We missed our turn. I was talking too much and I missed our turn. Oh wow, we're so far past Heddle. Look, okay. Let's go back the direction we're supposed to be going. We went the wrong way. Which we always do because, you know, that's what we do. We wander at random and then remember, oh yeah, I was going somewhere. Wonder where it was. It takes us forever to get anything done in this game. Look at that waterfall up there. I like that. I like that. What would you call that? Postcard landscape picture of waterfall? Are you going over to kill that deer? You look like you're going over to kill that deer.
Palace of Awakening, formerly the Royal Palace. Gel's headquarters.
Where'd the bear go? We have no reason to be picking all these flowers either. I hear you. Where'd you go? I don't see him, but I just heard him again. Before I saw it, but now I don't see him. I like that bears no longer attack us. That was bothering me quite a lot, which you saw me complain about it frequently, the fact that I like bears. And I like wolves. And I like dogs and cats, deer and rabbits, and our list of... I wish we didn't have to kill all these animals all throughout the game. Kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and we just picked all those, and we're already spawned it back in. That's the ones I was just picking while I was talking about the series. Slamming their head on the ground. Oh, there's another waterfall coming the opposite. Is that possible? The waterfall on the other end is the same river, and now there's a waterfall on two ends, which is possible, except the water is running this way. And if it was flowing into water coming the other way, it would cause a lake. And there's no lake. Miller's Pond is too far away. And I think we have to get out of water here. We need to stay on our horse, don't we? What's attacking us? I heard something attacking us. Griff? Oh, that's right. Heddle has a griffin. Heddle's not liberated yet. I completely forgot that. This game doesn't have bugs. I like that. What he looks like all frosty. There he is. Well, he looks like all frosty crystallized. Make him all frosty and crystallized like that. This is the volcanic one, right? Is he not going to show up in the bestiary because they killed him instead of us? I think yes. Yes. I forgot. We're walking right into a monster hotspot. I completely forgot. We haven't liberated Heddle yet. There you are. I was getting on the horse and turned around and ran. Yeah, you have to go up there. There's a treasure up there. Can Avallac'h make that jump? There's a jump up there he has to jump at. But there are spiders up here. Big, not spiders, but they look like spiders. And that things that look like crabs also up here. The arachnomorphs, and what's the other one called? Arachus? Is it Arachus? And ghouls. There are so many things. Yeah, still buried in spiders.
We cannot allow this.
But the spiders aren't attacking us. It is, or we were already here because the markers are already here. So did we kill the spiders already, but didn't finish? How do we finish? These spiderwebs over there, so thick we're standing on them. I can't remember. It's an abandoned site.
Let us hope.
Why isn't it liberated if we're not being attacked by spiders? That's my question. That indicates there's still a spider left alive around here somewhere, right?
Jirel recognized the strength of my argument.
And there's no quest for this because it's an abandoned site that you unlock when you go by it. Okay, I hear a spider. Yes, some are still alive. That's why it's not liberated. Okay. Yeah, there they are. You could hear more. You should actually just hear them. It didn't trigger the liberation of the town, so there's still more. Alright, first time I found this in my first playthrough. We were so extremely low level. We'd started exploring because that's what I do in games. I start exploring. So that's what I had done. We started exploring and I was maybe level 7 when we got up this area. I don't remember what level I was, but it was still really low level. And these spiders are level 40. These are level 40 spiders. There it goes. Town liberated. That was the last one. These spiders in this village were the first red skull monsters that I encountered in the game. So we ended up with very, very, very high level spiders in comparison to what level I was. Oh, not nice. I was not paying attention. We should have been paying better attention to that. You know, I saw that a while back and thought we needed to go have him meditate. He's just gonna... Okay, that's a vanilla bug for Avallac'h. He does that at Kermoran. If you go look for him in the tower, he's sleeping in one of the beds in the tower, and he sinks down into the bed. Just like that. This sleeping animation and all the sound effects that go with it come from that cutscene where he's asleep at Kermoran. According to Avallac'h it is. He's the one that said it. He was horrified by it too. That's one of the funnier complaints I've had from people who like to show up in my chat and complain about Avallac'h.
I'm not at all shy. Just wanted something.
There's this
to sit
weird trend in people showing up in my chat to complain about Avallac'h because they think we're going to convince you to not like him if we tell you, hey look, did you know he did this? I don't think there's anything I don't know about Avallac'h. So, yeah, everything you tell me, hey, do you know he did this? Yep, I'm aware he did that. Do you know he did this? Yeah.
So why not?
Oh, somebody must. I got this website about Avallac'h. Have you ever read it? I wrote it. Oh, these people. So ridiculous. Oh. There's this one girl. Absolutely hates Avallac'h. So bad. She showed up almost daily. Constant. You know who she is if you ever were here when she was around. I finally did block her because she got to be a problem. But she used to show up every single day like clockwork with some new thing about Avallac'h. And one of the most ridiculous ones she came up with was, he eats humans! Avallac'h's a vegetarian. He doesn't eat meat, human or
Avallac'h made
otherwise.
the choice. I made the decision. I must stop it.
That choice that Siri talks about is so inaccurate also. He gave her a choice of having a baby or having a baby or, hey look, having a baby. He gave her no other choices. Yes, I saw you over there. I was trying to not trigger that. There's that bug again. Also, do you know who Master Mara is in the novels? Gunter Dim doesn't exist in the novels. But Master Mara is in the novels. It's Avallac'h.
Don't treat me like a child.
We've gone over 3 hours. I'm going to go stop and save at this house. And I may just restart right back up. Yeah, we'll come buy stuff from you in a minute or two or however long. We need to take a nap. He is so tired. He's just gonna collapse again. He already did collapse. He's about to collapse a second time. Meditate. You're in desperate need of it. He needs 9 hours. But we need that merchant, so we're not gonna have you sleep that long. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll go 7. 7 will get you down to a reasonable number. Oh no, 7 did it. 7 got him down to 0. Okay. It was at 89%. And are you out? Are you out of food pocket food? You have 1 left. You have 1 left. Okay. The stacks of food, we don't have anything that has a large stack of food, so we have to keep adding more food to his pockets because we keep running out. But that scene where that kid just ran by and said, "Is it true to elves make soup out of kids?" If you read the Witcher novels and you learn that elves are eating humans, you also learn that Avallac'h is a vegetarian because that's when he tells you that. Which is why it's so ridiculous that she kept showing up. Did a lot of stuff, but she kept showing up with this was one she came up with several times. With Avallac'h eats humans. It's in the novels. He eats people. She was hung up on it a lot. Avallac'h was horrified that elves were eating humans. It's why he was a fisherman. There was no food. Everybody was starving to death. The whole reason he was a fisherman, which he tells Ciri, the whole reason we're out here on the boat fishing is because people are starving to death. They need food. We need to get them food so they'll stop eating each other. He was horrified that elves had taken to eating humans. He did not like that. He became a fisherman to feed people so they didn't have to eat each other anymore. And that's the same scene where we learn he calls himself a fauna rights activist. It's when they're out on the boat, him and Siri are out on the boat. And he's talking about he wants to take everybody to another planet because everybody's starving to death here. There's no food. This is massive famine. All the plants have died. All the animals have died. People are eating each other because there are no plants. There are no animals. There's nothing left to eat but each other. So people are eating each other. We got to get them off the planet. He tells Siri this whole big plan. He's building a ship. We see him building a ship. He's building basically Noah's Ark. And he's talking about he's going to gather everybody up and take them to another planet. That's what he's in the process of doing. And he's telling Siri all this. The scene where you learn that the elves are eating people, eating humans, is the same scene you learn that Avallac'h is a vegetarian.
Avallac'h knows him better. I'll clear him out when he returns.
So, pay attention to what you read. Reading comprehension seems to be something the average person doesn't have. It's quite annoying. Same thing with those other guys that were going on about, one would say, Avallac'h isn't even in the novels, and the other would say, we never see him do anything. You can't give him magic spells that you use in battle. We never see him in battle. He's in the novels. Not very much. He's a minor character, so you blink, you miss him. But one of the biggest major scenes he's in is a battle scene. So where are these people? Where do their brain go while they're reading? Their reading comprehension. The average person's reading comprehension is so shitty. They cannot comprehend what they read at all. And half the time, it's because they don't read. They literally do not read. I ask these people when they say these things, and I'm like, wait a minute. I have the book right here. Right there, you can see them. They're right behind me. I have the book right here. Let me flip to the page and read it to you. Hey, look. Here it is. This is what happened. See? This chapter, this book, this page, this paragraph, this sentence. Here it is. And you're like, huh, how did I miss that? And then I'll ask, what edition of the novels did you read? And they'll be like, oh, well, I downloaded the Kindle edition from YouTube. Okay, what? There is no Kindle edition that you download from YouTube, but that's the answer they always give. Turns out, I finally found what happened to the bulk of these people. There's a booktuber on YouTube who read the Witcher novels. There are several people who've done it, but there's one in particular. She read the Witcher novels, and she read them wrong, and she read them wrong on purpose. She changed the names of a whole lot of characters, switched character names around. So every time it says Siri now, instead she'll say Yennefer or something like that. Well, that's what, it's a really popular version. It's a spoof. She's making fun of the Witcher novels. It's not the actual Witcher novels. But that's the one a lot of people were reading, and they're not reading it. Or for one thing, they're not reading it. They're turning a YouTube video on and then going around doing their whatever. Doing their schoolwork, doing their homework, doing their job stuff, whatever they're doing. So they're focused on, oh yeah, so I've got this math equation here on my math test. I got to try to figure this out. So they're not even listening. They're not paying attention. It's not reading. Audiobooks are not reading. It's you listening to somebody else read to you. That's quite different. And because you're listening to somebody, you're only half focused on it. You're not paying attention. So you don't hear half of it. Which is why you have people like that guy say, but Avallac'h wasn't even in the novels. I read the novels. He wasn't in them. Which edition did you read? Oh, well, I listened to somebody on YouTube. There's your answer. Avallac'h is a minor character. He's in 2 chapters, and he's barely in either one of them. So if you're in the middle of studying for a test, and you're playing a YouTube video in the background to listen to while you study for your test, and you happen to be studying the entire time the chapter that he's in goes by, you're going to miss him. And it's really easy to miss him, especially considering his name isn't mentioned most of the time. It will tell you the blue-eyed elf, the blonde elf, the elf with the triangle shape, the elf with the triangle face, the elf with the gentle hands. That's what it says. It doesn't say Avallac'h. So if you're listening for Avallac'h, the word Avallac'h, you're going to miss him. He's the elf with gentle hands. He's the elf with blue eyes. He's the only blue-eyed elf. The white-skinned elf. He's the only elf with white skin. The other elves all have black skin. He's the only elf with blonde hair. This is, when you first introduced to him, you're told, this is the only elf with blue eyes. This is the only elf with white skin. This is the only blonde elf. This is the only elf with long ears. This is the only elf with the triangle-shaped face. And after that point, his name isn't mentioned again. You're not going to see the word Avallac'h again. You're going to see the elf with gentle hands like Missile. The elf with blue eyes. The blue-eyed elf put his hand on Ciri's thigh. That's where you see Avallac'h. The elf with the triangle shape face. The elf with the triangle face hugged Ciri. Again, there's scenes like that. There are 3 big scenes with him. And the rest of it is all one-line sentences stuck in the middle of some other scene to remind you, Ciri's not alone. Ciri is sitting here talking about, my grandmother died, my mother died, everybody died, boo-hoo-hoo. She's all upset, she's died. And all of a sudden, this scene is interrupted. You get a long scene of Ciri describing, this is what happened, and this is what happened. Everybody around me is dead. My grandmother, I miss my grandmother. She talks about her grandmother a lot. And then you get, the elf hugged her. It's Avallac'h. Avallac'h hugged her. But it doesn't say Avallac'h. It says, the elf hugged her. She's sitting here crying over her dead mother. And the elf that's with her hugged her. All the times that you see Avallac'h, that's why you're going to miss him. Because there are always scenes like that. Constant scenes like that the whole time he's there. And he's not there very long. He's there in 1 chapter. And then he's gone. And that's it. That's why people miss him. He is a character that most people miss in the novels. They don't pay attention to what they're being read to them because they're not reading. You don't have the book in front of your face reading it yourself. You're not reading. You're listening to somebody else reading. So, if you listen to an audiobook, I don't even want to hear you. So many people who have had this, where's Avallac'h? I read the novels and I couldn't find him anywhere. And I don't remember this happening. Where was this? Every single time. Oh, well, I didn't actually read it. I listened to an audiobook. I listened to somebody on YouTube read it. Yes, you're too lazy to pick up a book and actually use some brain cells. Read. It doesn't take any brain cells to listen to somebody else read to you. These people annoy me so much. It wouldn't annoy me if they paid attention, but the thing is, they don't pay attention, and then they are, oh, well, this and this and this and this and this and this and this, and I'm like, no. Let me open up the book and read it to you. And they're like, wait, I didn't hear that. You weren't paying attention when you listened to a YouTuber read it to you. Try reading it yourself next time. It might make a difference. Does nobody read books anymore? That's why you get all these things with the Avallac'h Dungeon Master. There's never a point where Avallac'h has got a connection to a dungeon. What are you talking about? Avallac'h, no, he's Dungeon Master. He's got cages. He keeps Ciri locked up in a cage. He tortures her. And I'm like, what are you talking about? That was Vilgefortz and Leo. Vilgefortz and Leo Barnhart. They're the ones who had Ciri in dungeons, and not Avallac'h. Pay attention. Learn some reading comprehension. Good skill to learn. They teach it in school. We are a long episode here. 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds. I'm going to have to re-render this to upload it on Twitch because any video over 2 hours is going to end up being over 20 gigabytes. You can't upload anything over 20 gigabytes on Twitch. Quality of uploads on Twitch is so damn shitty. If you watch VODs on Twitch, I've seen so many people ask. It's a common question that viewers will ask streamers to be. So I was watching one of your VODs and I noticed the quality is really bad. Pixelate. Do you have better quality? And they're like, no, sorry, Twitch uploaded it. Yeah, the quality of Twitch VODs is bad. It is so bad. I record my videos, they're 4K quality. And when I upload them to YouTube, they're still 4K quality. They're very high quality. I upload the exact same video to Twitch. It's 780 at best. Maximum. Same video. Twitch downgrades the quality when you upgrade them, when they process them. So, if you want to see my videos at the actual high quality that I recorded them in, watch them on YouTube, not Twitch. I upload them both places. They're on Twitch and YouTube. If you watch me on Twitch, you can see them on Twitch. If you watch me on YouTube, you can see them on YouTube. Just know that there is a huge difference in the quality. Exact same video, uploaded to Twitch. Twitch downgrades it down to 720 pixels. And I upload it to YouTube, and it's the exact same as I uploaded it, the same 4K. I noticed streams are like that too. If I live stream on YouTube, you see pristine quality. You see exactly what I'm seeing on my monitor. If I stream on Twitch, it gets so pixelated on the viewer's end. I see it fine on my end, but Twitch downgrades the quality for viewers. Also, Twitch just crossed 9 million members. That just happened this week. There are 9 million members on Twitch. February 2020, Twitch put out an announcement they had just crossed 2 million members. And now a year later, they've crossed 9 million. So they gained 7 million members this year. That's a lot. That's a lot considering it took them it took them 12 years. 12 years to make their first 2 million streamers. And then in less than a year, they tripled that. More than tripled that. One quadrupled it. Because that would be 8 million, and it just went past 9 million. Yeah. Yeah, they more than quadrupled it. That's a lot of people joining Twitch all at once. And there's so many gamers, because there's so many, a lot of the new people joining Twitch aren't gamers. It's mostly just chatting cam girls, and there are so many gamers everywhere, especially on Twitter. It's a lot. Twitter's gone down the drain. It's toilet scum now. But there's so many game streamers from Twitch on Twitter who are just bitching. It's been going on for like 4 or 5 months now, and it's just getting worse and worse. Where they don't like the fact that we're being invaded by all the titty streamers, we're being invaded by the cleavage streamers, we're being invaded by the boob streamers, we're being invaded by the cam streamers. Like, it is so painfully obvious that they do not know the history of Twitch, because they keep going, Twitch is a gaming site, Twitch has always been a gaming site, Twitch was started as a gaming site. Twitch introduced gaming in their 5th year. Twitch was not founded or started as a gaming site. It's never been a gaming site. Ever. I don't know. People who don't research history, like the history of Twitch company, before they say Twitch is a gaming site, Twitch has always been a gaming site. Research the history of Twitch before you say that, because you might be surprised what Twitch used to be. Twitch is another word for twerk, by the way. That says a lot. Those people are the same ones who lack reading comprehension. Always. They can't comprehend what they read. And they don't know how to research history. The internet doesn't know what research is. Oh, I've seen so many people, they'll be like, so I'm researching, and then they'll ask some question. I'll be like, okay. You started the sentence by saying, I'm researching. And then you ended the sentence with this question. Where's the research? What are you researching? Which college, library are you looking at the archives of? Which medical journals have you referenced? Have you gone through Harvard's microfilms yet? And then they're like, what are you talking about? You said you were researching. And they're like, how is that research? And I'm like, might want to grab a dictionary and find out what research means, because clearly you don't know. Do you know how to cite your research? Do you know how to make footnotes? Do you know how to do any of that? They're always, what are you talking about? What form of citations do you use? Because there's different forms used whether you're doing literary research or medical research or scientific research. I discovered something the other day when I was talking to Ben about Harvard. And then I just came to the sudden realization I hate being around stupid people. And his response was just, so you finally noticed. He says, you're kind of arrogant. I would never dare to tell you that, but you kind of are. Yes, I was terrified. And I'm like, oh, yes, I know. I have no tolerance for stupidity. It's not so much stupidity that's the thing that annoys me, because you can learn. Anybody can learn. It's laziness. It's laziness more than stupidity, because anybody can learn. If you put the effort, you can learn. It's just nobody wants to put the effort. They're just too damn lazy. It's so damn annoying. I wish Harvard wasn't so far away. Problem with Harvard is you have to drive so far to get there. It's a 5-hour drive. So I have to drive 5 hours between classes. And Harvard doesn't do online courses. They have no online courses. I have no problem driving 5 hours. I mean, I did it for work all the time. The problem is the workload for Harvard is a lot. So when you get down there, then you have to have so many classes and then drive 5 hours back. So it's a 10-hour trip there and back, and the classes. Could take the bus. The bus goes right to Cambridge, and that's a much shorter drive. The bus goes through the tunnel system. Off Amtrak is a less distance. The Amtrak goes to Harvard. It's annoying me that the colleges are all shut down because of COVID-19. I was contemplating getting another degree. That's why I was talking about Harvard yesterday. I'm like, I need more degrees. I miss being in college, so. I'm trying to figure out a more feasible way of commuting, because I also don't like living at the campus. I like living here. I should look up the Amtrak, because I know the Amtrak goes to Harvard. Harvard is on the Amtrak list. Also, I have to get my health up and going better. I'm able to sit up more longer and do more stuff. So I've been trying to figure out how to go back to college, how to get my health to a place where I can get up and move around. But then, if it's a 5-hour drive, and that means I need an easier way to commute, because it's more than just my health. I need to be able to sit in class that long, long enough for class. And I need to be able to commute. Try to be good on this. I don't know. Oh yeah, we was talking about people reading and not reading because they were listening to YouTube videos. And comparing how people don't know how to research either. I think the thing I like best about colleges, especially Harvard, is the fact that there's people I can actually talk to and not feel like, why am I surrounded by retarded people? Because that's what I feel like half the time. Especially when I'm on the internet. There was a time when everybody on the internet was somebody with an intelligence. Only computer geeks used the internet. Anybody remember that? Now it's like the lowest scum of the earth is all on the internet. There's catfish turn. I can't tell, is that Rachel or Raphael? Hi, Rask. What you doing? You gotta go back to the vet again. You've had a lot of vet visits in the last couple of weeks, haven't you? He's got to go back to the vet again next week. He's got to have tests done for heart murmur. He's got heart murmur. That's something new that just showed up. That's a new thing that showed up. So he's got to have all different tests, completely. All new physical focused on heart health. Because they don't know, is it just a normal heart murmur because he's old and it's just he's old? Or is there actually something wrong? Does he have some health issue? Is there disease? So he has to have all kinds of tests. So we gotta go back to the vet again. We've been going to the vet every few days. He's 14 years old. He's an old cat. Ben got married at the vet the other day. She's telling him he's got heart murmur, he's gonna go back in, he needs more tests, and we want to run all these tests, and he's like, why didn't you have us do all these tests before? And she says, because he didn't have a heart murmur before. And he was getting mad. I don't know why he was getting so mad. You're female? Don't argue with him. Never. Oh, don't. Male superiority complex issues on extremes with him. Women are to be seen and not heard, and The fact that you're a female doctor, that alone has already blown his mind. So he's already got a chip on his shoulder just because the vets are women. Yeah, there's a lot of women in the workforce now. When we got back, he had a big rant about it. He's sitting there on the bed and he's going on and on and on and on. Women think they're in a position of authority. We men have authority. He just went on and on and on and he wouldn't stop. And I was like, oh my God, please, fine. Stop. Oh. He can't stand women talking back to him. You've seen him on enough of my videos, you know what he's like. He's annoying and frustrating because of that. It's very difficult to get along with men like that. Boy, is he like that a lot. And he seems to have gotten worse lately. He joined in about a year ago with the Trump rallies and stuff. He started going to Trump rallies. Something happened to him. He's always been ego male. Whatever you call it. What do you call that? Male chauvinist pig? That's what it is. He's always been like that. But he got a lot worse when he started going to the Trump rallies. I was like, why are you going to Trump rallies? You don't even like Trump. What are you doing? He says, no, I like him now. He hates politics. He won't vote. He hasn't voted in years. And then all of a sudden he went pro-Trump crazy. He became... There's different types of Trump supporters. There's the, okay, I like Trump. He's fine. He hasn't done anything bad. He hasn't really done anything great, but he hasn't done anything major bad either. He's just, okay. And then there's the Trump people who are, let's grab our Bibles in one hand, our rifles in the next hand, and go have a Trump rally to prove we're big men, we're white, we got our guns, we got our Bibles, we're crazy. Ben fits in with that group. What do they call themselves? It's MAGA, which reminds me of maggots. Every time I hear anybody say that word, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? It sounds like you're calling yourself a maggot. And then there's the super extreme Trump supporters who FBI came through and hey, look, I know all these people the FBI are carrying out. That one's my uncle. That one's my uncle. Oh yeah, that one's my uncle too. This is my aunt. There's another aunt. Ah, that's an aunt. Cousin. Another uncle. That happened, what, 2 weeks ago? Okay, have fun. What did you do this time? Let me look on the news. Can I find my aunts and uncles who all just got arrested by the FBI in a big, huge FBI raid? What the hell's going on? Oh, yes, it is in the news. Hey, look. Trump supporting extremists. Okay, that's a good thing to call them. Anti-maskers, anti-vaxxers. Attack the shipment coming through with the COVID-19 vaccines. What the hell? You know my Uncle David. Of course you do. You've seen him enough times shooting holes in my front door. Waving a shovel around, slamming it through windows. Stephen King's written enough books about him. He's the one that lives next door to Stephen King. His wife, Lucy, you remember her too. You see her in enough of my videos. She's the head of some weird group that started because of COVID-19. I didn't even know it existed until I saw the news reports and, hey, I know that woman. That's my aunt being carried away by FBI agents on TV. What the hell? What just happened? That was Lucy. That was my Aunt Lucy. If you missed my crazy uncle and his psychotic wife, they're all over the news. Plenty of video footage. They're protesting masks and vaccines. They say that COVID-19 is a hoax. And apparently Trump is a god king. What? When they brought the COVID-19 vaccine to Maine the other day, they were waiting to attack the trucks. So the FBI carted them off. My aunts and uncles and cousins. I'll get arrested. Yippee skippies, I got great relatives. It would be nice to turn on the news and not find a family member on the news for once. Oh, what's his face was on the news too. What's his name? Raving and ranting. I didn't recognize him at first because I haven't seen him in so many years. Ben had the news on. I was cooking. And I heard this voice on the news and I knew that voice. Who is that? I couldn't figure out who it was. But I went out and I'm looking at the news and the news reporter's talking to this guy and he's going on and on and on and on and on. He's got all these conspiracy theories. He's just yep. And I'm like, I know that guy. Who is that guy? Gene Libby. Gene Libby, that's his name. Gene Libby was on the news. And I was like, I told Ben, I'm like, wait, that's Gene Libby. And Ben's like, who's that? What do you mean, who's that? He's the lawyer for the fucking Ku Klux Klan. And Ben's like, him? Yeah. You should know him. He gave you hell up one side and down the other in court. You had a meltdown. Never take Ben to court. Have you ever seen the Monk episode where Monk goes to court and he has this meltdown in the middle of the court? It's just like the total psychotic breakdown. Same thing. Ben's just like that. Gene Libby, I haven't seen Gene Libby in years. He's a murder trial lawyer. Oh, that was so funny. I have the whole court case recorded too. He's going on and on and on. We don't want mediation. He's we don't want mediation. We don't want mediation. We don't want mediation. We don't want mediation. This went on for almost 2 years. We don't want mediation. We don't want mediation. Every single court date. And then FBI agent Andy Drewer comes in and investigates. Hey, your client. Did you know your client? Did you know your client? All of a sudden, Jean Libby's next day. We want mediation. You've been 2 years not wanting mediation. What? Why do you want mediation now? They're investigating everything. The FBI has come in. They've taken over. They've confiscated all the computers from the hotel. All the computers from the excavation pit. They confiscated the backhoe. Oh, one thing after another. He's listening. They did this, they took that, they did this, they took that. Yeah, well, you're on trial for murder and you're wondering why the FBI showed up. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you're on trial for murder. Jean Libby's the lawyer. We want mediation. We want mediation. It's too late for mediation now. This guy who's the mediator, he comes in and he's like, I have never encountered somebody with more paranoias in my entire life. And he starts listing off. He says, are you a man or a woman? I've had 7 miscarriages. A woman. He says, I thought so. I didn't think you looked like a transvestite. He says you're a transvestite. I know he says that. He's going down this list of... He also says the gay apocalypse is coming and that the gays are gathering in mass hordes to kill him and his family. And I'm like... Yes, he says that when he's in my driveway. We have video footage of it. Would you like to see the video footage of it? I have an entire playlist on YouTube that is nothing but dozens of recordings of him in my driveway screaming about the gay apocalypse. He has all of these guns. This gun is for killing blacks, and this gun is for killing Jews, and this gun is... And I'm like, Would you like to see all the video footage of those guns shooting holes in my motorhome, shooting holes in my barn, shooting holes in my front door? We have lots of video footage of him in my driveway with those guns. How does this lawyer think he can get this guy off? We've got so much evidence. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm as clueless as you. That lawyer. Too gay for the family-friendly town of Old Orchard Beach. That lawyer. Guess what he's doing now? Why was he on the news this week? COVID-19 is a hoax. And he's suing the state of Maine because the governor forced his client, same client, won't back up, forced his client to shut down the hotel for the entire year. $72 million people have died. And this lawyer, who we already knew was crazy because he's the proud representative for the Ku Klux Klan, he has that as his resume. Most lawyers, they've got some type of, look, we've represented this company and this company and this company and this company. I represent the Ku Klux Klan. You say that like it's a good thing. What the hell? Okay. Proud representative of the Ku Klux Klan is suing the state of Maine because COVID-19 is a hoax. The town of Old Orchard Beach is suing the state of Maine because COVID-19 is a hoax. What the hell is wrong with the town? What the hell is that lawyer? Why? How did they find a lawyer to do that? Oh, it's so funny. You see this lawyer, and they're like, this guy's sincere. Wait a minute. I know that lawyer. That's the lawyer that you gave for the Orchard Beach court case. Oh my god, it's the same one. Oh, he's insane. Oh. We need to just stop the video. I'm tired. I may take a nap. Of course, yesterday when I went to take a nap at the end of the video, I was like, I'm going to take a nap. I'll probably be back in a couple of hours to make another episode. And I took a nap. When I woke up, it was 12 hours later, so long nap. Guess I'll see you guys later.